Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning and welcome to the May meeting of the DRB. We have a bit more of a full schedule today. We also have a new member. We also have a member, Laura Lewin is not here today, and we are going to be losing one member at noon, but we will definitely still have a quorum. Michael?
Thank you, Sarah. Before I begin, I'll turn it over to Ferocia, who will let the members of the public know how they may participate today, as well as go over a notice for lobbyist registration.
Thank you, Michael. Good morning, all. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format, with a quorum of the board physically present in the commission chambers at the Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499, which is toll-free, and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Now, before I swear in those who will be testifying today, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you're appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 limited circumstances. Number 1, if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. Number 2, if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. Number 3, if you're appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support of or opposition to any item. Now, expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you're an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules will apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now I will swear everyone in. Please stand and raise your right hand. Now, if there are any virtual speakers, you will need to be sworn in at the time of your testimony one by one. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right. You may proceed. Thank you.
Before we begin, I want the board members to know I did pass out an updated agenda. This is reflective of our online agenda, just so everybody's aware that the first application to be heard today will be 5980 North Bay Road, and then we'll continue with the agenda as printed in the board members' packages, which is the next one will be 1681 Lenox Avenue. Before that, we need to have a motion to approve the minutes from the April 10th meeting.
Motion to approve the minutes of April 10th, 2025.
I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 6-0.
Quick question, Madam Chair. Just for procedural purposes, do we also need a motion to approve the agenda?
No, we don't.
We don't? Okay.
Actually, I'm sorry, I meant to, with the minutes from last week, or last month, I did notice a typo.
Sure, under which item?
In the new applications, it said it has that Scott's name was on it, but he wasn't here.
Okay, we'll correct that. Yes. Thank you.
So move to accept changes to the approved agenda and minutes?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now we can continue with the first application on the agenda, which is DRB 0182 for 5980 North Bay Road. An application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously issued design approval to an existing residence, which was for the construction of a new pool and cabana in the rear yard. This application includes a new two-story addition, including one or more waivers. As noted in our staff report, this lot is pretty large. It's nearly 1 acre in size, and the home is well under the maximum unit size and lot coverage that could be built on the site. The home is unusual in its placement. It's well set back from North Bay Road, with most of the home in the rear half of the lot. The waiver that's being requested is due to the length of the two-story side elevation. The code requires that if you have more than 60 feet, you must have a break and a courtyard in the side elevation. That's 1% of the lot area. Because of this large size lot, that would result in a courtyard of 427 square feet. The applicant's providing 136 square feet. However, the home is located on only 40% of the lot depth. So we do feel that is a strong mitigating factor and warrants the requested waiver. With that, we are recommending approval of the application, including the waiver, in accordance with the draft final order that's part of the board packages. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. McDowell for his presentation.
Good morning. Carter McDowell with Bills and Sundberg, 1450 Brickell Avenue, here representing the applicant and the owner. Here with my associate Nick Noto and our architect Chris Fernandez. We believe and hope that this is an easy and quick application for you, given your schedule. Importantly, we are keeping the existing house. We're working with the existing house. We're not seeking to tear it down, as many of the North Bay properties have done. Indeed, our neighbor to the south gives a good example of what a understory house can do on these lots. As the staff has pointed out, we have a lot that is almost an acre in size. The minimum lot size in this zoning district is 18,000 square feet. As a result, the 1% requirement, because of our lot size, is 3 times what it would be for our neighbor to the south and for other properties that are similarly situated. The house is 5,000 square feet less than it could be on the lot. And we do, as you will see, three-dimensionality to the facade that we're talking about along the north edge. The front setback is 106 feet from North Bay Road. It's invisible to the public. It's not invisible to our neighbor, but it is invisible to the public in every way. You will never see it. With that, let me see. I'm going to move through. That's the front of the property facing North Bay Road. You'll notice the absence of a house in that picture. This gives it an overview. On the top on the top right view, you see the existing house, although we will be changing the roof, and you see a new house built under the existing regulations with an understory and the size of the house that can be built on a lot. That lot is substantially smaller than ours. Below you, again, you get a more of a bird's eye view of the same issue. The house to our south demonstrates what the code would allow, not what we're seeking to do. The owner likes the house. Perhaps as importantly, the view on the bottom left shows a 2-story blank wall that our neighbor to the north, where we are building this addition, faces us. So we have a 2-story blank concrete wall on an accessory structure from our neighbor facing us, and that will face the addition that we're talking about. Whoops, wrong direction. Another view showing the house to the south. We are doing a ground floor addition, and on top of it, with just that addition, we wouldn't be before you. We are seeking to link and utilize the new garage that is under construction and permitted to link to the house. The owners are seeking to increase the size of the house to respond to a growing family with grandchildren and others. So we are seeking approval to add that second. Well, we are allowed to add the addition. We're seeking relief from the requirement of what would be a 400 to 500 square foot break in that facade. As you can see, hashed That is the space that we are providing. It's 137 feet. But perhaps most importantly, if you look in this drawing, the area that is white is a one-story existing addition, and there is a glass railing on that so that you get a three-dimensionality on the side toward what is in fact our neighbor's blank wall. Oops, I keep hitting the wrong button. I apologize. This is the interior facing the interior of the site where our garage, and you see that there is a ground floor opening through the addition that we're seeking to build. Here you see an aerial view with the addition. You see the relationship to the neighbor to the north. That little white structure is the one that has the blank wall that faces us, that faces the addition we're talking about. There will be substantial landscaping along the property line. Another view showing in a more stylized version, the house to our north and our property, and again, the landscape that's there. That seems to be our drawings. Let me go, I thought we had an additional view. I apologize. Well, it doesn't seem to be there. At any rate, there is a substantial three-dimensionality to the addition facing our neighbor. We don't meet the 400 square feet, but if you consider the 106-foot front setback in terms of our relationship to our neighbor, and look at what happens can happen under the code, which is to our south, we certainly have a minimal impact on our neighbor to the north, and we would ask for your approval. Our architect is here to answer further questions about it. We would ask for your approval.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your presentation? Yes.
It does. We'd like to reserve time if there's any speakers.
Sure. Is there any members of the public wishing to speak? Is there anyone online?
There's nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, great. I'm closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for discussion. Does anybody have any comments or thoughts?
Just one question. The opening or the break, Michael, that you all are looking at for the variance is on the addition facing the interior of the lot? Correct. Okay.
Sorry, correct.
Where the garage doors are and the entrance to the main house.
It's connecting
Yeah,
on
it's
the north side.
connecting. For me, as one board member, I don't see a problem with approving this waiver or variance.
This is a design waiver, not a variance.
Correct.
Okay.
Anyone else? Thank
I have no comment.
you. Okay.
good.
I think we all, I think it's great that the point that you made about, the house is being renovated and added to as opposed to torn down and started from scratch. I always like to see a lesser footprint in the community. So I too, and it's, well designed. It seems like a great addition. So any other comments? How do you want to?
Just to understand it, it's a pass-through on the ground level, but connected on the second floor?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's nice design.
Does anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second, the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody
Thank you very much.
opposed?
Okay.
And the next application, Alejandro's going to read into the record.
Yes, the next application is DRB 24-1078, 1681 Lenox Avenue. This application has been filed requesting modifications to an existing two-story commercial building that received design review approval. Specifically, the applicant is requesting design review approval for the proposed aluminum screen located on the west and south facades, including one or more waivers. As the background, on December 1st, 2009, the Design Review Board approved the construction of a two-story retail and restaurant building, DRB file number 22561. The subject building was permitted and constructed, and until recently, it was occupied by a restaurant known as the Yard House. This is located in zoning district CD3, and the building contains a covered terrace at the front facing Lenox Avenue, And the applicant proposed to enclose the terrace with a new laser-cut white powder-coated aluminum screen to provide privacy. These screens will extend along the building's front and side facades. The primary entrance is proposed to be relocated from the northwest corner to the south side, where a double-door vestibule will be added. The applicant is also proposing to remove the existing concrete water feature, which was part of the original design of the building. The design of the proposed aluminum screen creates a visual interest and has the potential to enhance the building's appearance. However, as currently proposed, the screens may obscure the original design intent, as the additional screens reduces the transparency at the ground level and conflicts with the design review criteria P, which states that all portions of the project fronting a street or sidewalk shall incorporate an architecturally appropriate amount of transparency at the first level in order to achieve pedestrian compatibility and adequate visual interest. Staff also has a concern with the proposal to remove the existing water feature and instead recommends that the lower section of the screen be repositioned either behind or above the water feature. This will allow for a key feature of the original design to be maintained while still allowing for an outdoor seating. Staff is also recommending that the water feature be operable, including the incorporation of night lighting to enhance the evening appearance. To maintain the building's transparency and reveal more of the original design, staff also suggests reducing the suspended screen. Staff recommends providing further details on the proposed light fixtures to ensure they align with the overall design prior to the building permit process. The applicant is requesting a waiver of the shore frontage standards for non-residential ground floors. As the proposed aluminum screen will reduce the area that is available for pedestrian circulation, thereby increasing the nonconformity with those standards. Staff is not opposed to the granting of the waiver. The planning board will schedule to review a separate application on its June 10, 2025 for a neighborhood impact establishment that required conditional use permit. The planning board will review the application for occupancy, sound impacts, and general operations. In view of the foregoing analysis, staff recommend the application to be approved, subject to the conditions enumerated in the attached draft order. And with this, I let the applicant to.
Thank you, Alejandro. Good morning, Board. Monica Enton, MHE Law. Office is at 7950 Northwest 53rd Street. I'm joined today by our architect of record, Alyssa Kriplin, and our designers, Alessandro Munge and Stephanie Krushan from Munge Studios. We're here, as Alejandro indicated, requesting design review approval and a waiver for the property located at 1681 Lenox Avenue, which most of you will recognize as the Yard House property. Representing the applicant, Ultra Supper Club, the principals of which are Danny Soberano and Charles Cabuth. Both Charles and Danny have over 50 years of experience each in the hospitality and service industry. I think they kind of know a little bit of what they're doing, and they want to bring their expertise here. Now they have over 12 restaurants throughout Canada and numerous restaurants here in South Florida that might be recognizable, including a mall in Level 6 in Coconut Grove, Sophia in the Design District, and most notably here in Miami Beach, Biblos. So they want to bring that upper scale design and entertainment and food service establishment here to Miami Beach. In so doing, they are bringing food, atmosphere, and everything together through design. Design will come from the outside and incorporate itself into every aspect of this project. Here is a list of the restaurants that they have throughout Canada. Some of you may know them. And as I indicated, we have our local restaurants that I think are very notable here. Properties that I indicated 1681. So I want to discuss the staff report and what staff just indicated about transparency and our proposed screen. Alessandro will get more into that, but I kind of just want to give an overview. This is what the property looks like. We don't believe there is any visibility or transparency during daytime hours. Unless you're on the property, you do not see what's happening inside during daytime hours. At night with lights on, of course, the lights, light up what's inside and it goes through the glass. But during the daytime, especially in what is the courtyard space, as it's set back, you don't see what's going on. The water feature that is located in the front, we don't believe adds much to the architecture or the design of the building. It also demonstrates difficulties to maintain, as any good water feature always does. This is what we see now. And the proposal, I think, improves not only the front, but even the views from here. And why do I say that? I say that because the screen is going to wrap around the west facade, which is currently the front facade, and it'll wrap around the south facade, which currently faces the parking lot owned by the city. We are relocating or proposing to relocate the main entrance, which is currently on the northwest corner nearest the residential community. We will be relocating that to the south facade. So we can't eliminate the doorway because for fire purposes, we need that second entrance, but it will be an exit only and only in case of emergency. The principal entrance will be located along the south facade and the screen will wrap around. So the screen will be visible from Lincoln Road and from 17th Street. So where now you see this blank wall that there's no interest for the building coming from the north, now there'll be interest created. And the screen, as we, and I'm sorry because I am going back and forth with it, as you look at the screen, we have created visibility, we have created transparency and interest into what is happening beyond it. With respect to the waiver, I'll let Alyssa discuss it a little bit further later, but the waiver is what we call a circulation waiver as to the distance in front of the space and the amount of space that is required for the sidewalk from the property. There is currently in a water feature. There's a dispute on whether we even need this waiver. We don't believe that we do. We're doing this in an abundance of caution because the screen would go in exactly the same place that the water feature is in. Circulation would not change on the distance of the sidewalk. And the discrepancy also alludes to whether we're measuring from the tree trunk or the attapave. But again, Alyssa will kind of go through that in more detail shortly. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to our designer, who can walk you through the really interesting details.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alessandro Munge. Nice to meet you all. Obviously really excited about continuing to contribute to Miami. It's always amazing to do work out here. I really enjoy it. We have a lot of work that we are doing out here, including historical work. We're working on the Sagamore, for example, with the Ritz-Carlton. So we're always very, very respectful of history. I'm not a person that believes in destroying history. I like preserving history. It's easier to destroy than it is to remake, right? So we have a lot of great knowledge when it comes to the hospitality and residential market. As Monica was explaining, it's a pretty exciting project here. Obviously, right now, as it exists, it's a pretty black facade, so we just kind of want to beautify the outside, keep it a bit more sculptural, a little bit more interesting during the day and at night so it doesn't look like a big black hole. We're not intending to touch the facade, not only from a cost perspective, but we're going to enjoy that facade being like something a bit more reflective when we have our guests that are going to be utilizing the front like a patio, essentially. So just to kind of give them a bit of protection and a little bit more interest as an elevation, keep it a little bit more exciting when they're in there, we chose to kind of do this sculptural facade on the outside. Obviously at night it would be beautified with the lighting on the top and the bottom. Lots of transparency as was described because it's all apertures. It'll all be done out of laser cut metal, so large panels, and then you can see right through it. It's like big apertures like this, and then it also opens up. I don't mind talking a little bit about the fountain. Obviously, I've studied the site. I've been there many, many times, and the fountain wasn't a function of like not wanting water. I love water, so it's great, but just never on, and it always becomes like just, it looks like a garbage bin right now. So the idea was to kind of get a little bit more, not an interruption to the architecture of the screen and the sculpture, a little bit, by removing it. So can it stay or not? We thought, it's never going to be used. It's going to turn into a planting bed, and maybe we're going to have people loitering on there. So maybe it's not a good idea to keep it there. So just to allow the architecture of the facade to maybe take more precedence. This was already described, but you can see the black on the left hand, my left, your right, I guess. You can see the transparency through it. We chose to do something different. Always try to push the envelope when it comes to design. Rather than go through the front, which is always being utilized right now, we actually chose to use the side entrance, the south, towards the parking lot. I think it's kind of an interesting way to journey through a restaurant rather than the obvious. Just makes this sense of arrival a little bit more exciting. That's what happens in the hospitality market. You just got to get people excited. We all know when we go to restaurants, we only have about 2-3 hours to enjoy ourselves. So just to keep it a little bit more exciting in there, so we chose to go on the side. Actually beautifies it. We're going to clean it up to the parking lot. We're going to tile it. And then as the gate, there's almost like these beautiful gates that open up, and we'll have a queue, so we're never gonna have people lining up on Lennox, it'll always be on the side, which is nice too. And then we'll keep people to come into the restaurant and then out onto the patio. Just that one little pocket that opens up is what's gonna be utilized. We're not interrupting on the left-hand side. Yeah, that's the facade there. So we're not really touching the exterior, like in terms of the concrete building. It'll remain, but I love it at night. It's gonna be really pretty. And then you can see sort of the waves coming through, so it's way more, it's a nice juxtaposition to the architecture. And there's the entrance there. So you can see that those gates will be open during the night and then close during the day, and then people will make their way down the corridor. And then maintain the landscaping that's also on the right-hand side. So I'm very pro landscaping as well. You know, in the interior, the courtyard, we're doing work with Addition. Right now we're doing the new one in Edgewater. So all the plants, love plants. We're gonna put a lot of it inside the courtyard. So we'll be able to beautify it with keeping it a little bit more natural too. What else can I tell you about this? Here's the materials. So we're gonna maintain the black aluminum that's there now. The second image is essentially the panels that are gonna be going up on the side of the elevation on the south towards the parking lot. That's a little rendering of the screen and what we're imagining. So again, those apertures are pretty, it's like a veil. The existing concrete roof, which we're not touching, and then we're gonna put like a basalt paver on the ground, keeping it really black on black. Top image shows kind of an aerial view looking down into the courtyard, into that patio space. Some pretty lighting, some furniture, and we're gonna try to keep the plants pretty dark as well. So I'm not a landscape architect, but those are the types of plants that we're going to be utilizing. Something local, obviously little maintenance, not too much. And Charles, our client, he's got a green thumb himself. He tends to replace them all the time, so you never sees them dead. It's an expense, but he does maintain his properties well, which makes me happy from a design perspective. And then I guess we're gonna pass it over. So if you have any questions, I'm here for you.
And before Alyssa gets started, I would just ask the chair if we could have a couple more minutes for our presentation, since I see our time running out.
Sure, and we're going to ask questions too, so there's going to be more information exchanged. So how many, maybe 2 more minutes?
Yeah,
One more minute?
yes.
Okay.
I'm here, Alyssa Kriplin, MacWork, 1251 Southwest 20th Street, Miami, Florida. I'm here to speak. I'm the architect of record, and as you know, restaurants don't survive if they don't operate well and if the neighborhood doesn't love them. So one of our prime focuses was to make sure that we are going to be here for a long time and that we operate successfully. Luckily, this building is very well set up from the get-go with all of its service along the south side of the property already. So the trash and the deliveries all happen on the south side. There's an existing designated loading space right there. There's a curb cut. So all of that kind of thing works super well. But in addition to that, we wanted to utilize, because it's a very wide side yard, we wanted to utilize that for the entrance and create that screen experience as Alejandro was describing all the way along the side. It has the added benefit of being able to provide queuing space for any guests arriving, and of course an extended arrival experience. So that's on the south side. The existing door, which is on the northwest corner, you'll see it's been X'd out. That will be the emergency exit, and the most important thing to understand is that we have double doors, 2 sets of doors on every one of these entrances. So from a sound standpoint, there's an airlock on every single one of these entrances, including the emergency exit entrance or exit. New vestibule and entrance sequence on the south, and then the exit out to the terrace also has 2 sets of doors. So there's very good sound protection between the interior and the exterior. Let's see, the yellow designates kind of the dining area. You'll notice it's substantially smaller than the Yard House, partially because we've taken this entrance sequence to great extents. Once you come in and you're greeted inside an entire entry vestibule, and then enter the dining experience. The dining is far more booths and less tables and chairs than what Yard House has, so the overall seat count actually comes down. It also has to retain space for performers to be able to intermingle with the diners. So the space continually changes on the interior. It's going to be super exciting. And then on the exterior, you'll notice we've actually reduced the amount of seating and kept it all to the south portion of the site. It maintains the views where the screen is lower into the glazed portion on the northern half of the facade. And then again, because of all the planting and the pots and the screen, the number of tables and chairs that actually fit out there is greatly reduced. We are adding a very small mezzanine, partially because of this performance aspect. It gives far better views and a VIP kind of experience to the second floor. However, it's simply booths and that little landing. And then the south portion that we're adding is all for the performance management, the sound and lighting guys. So it's not a highly occupied space. And then one other thing is that it does have a stage. I call it the Muppet stage, you know, all the guys in the little openings. So it's a very tall kind of experience with our Muppets in there. And then behind that, what used to be the keg room is now going to be the dressing room. To speak a little bit to the waiver request, we had spoken about this both with Michael Belushi and with Alejandro, and there was some discrepancy in how the waiver is required. You'll notice that right now, from the curb to the existing property line, and therefore the water feature, we have 9.7 feet. The requirement for the width is 10. It was our understanding from Michael that the 10 was actually measured to the tree, not to the outer pave. And you'll notice that the outer pave, it is a trafficable surface. So we, of course, can pull the screen back. That's not an issue. It doesn't impact the design because we're literally talking about a very small amount of additional space that we would need to pull it back from. So we'll leave it to staff as to whether we actually need to do it or not. We can very much meet the setback with the screen. If the fountain does remain, that of course does get reduced. That's basically it. Thank you. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board. With that, we would like to, just to clarify, as you saw in that last slide, the sidewalk would be exactly in the same location. The screen would be in exactly the same location. This would not in any way create a bigger condition or worsen an existing condition. With that, I would like to close our presentation and ask that you approve our application with the waiver and removing condition 1D1, C, D, and E, which require us to create more transparency, remove or relocate the upper screens and remove and maintain the water feature. With that, I'll open ourselves up to any questions and reserve time for a rebuttal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
We do have representatives here of the Lincoln Road bid who are supporting us. If you want them, they're here. Otherwise, you have received, I believe, a letter in support.
Yes. Sure. I mean, if you want to speak via the.
Good morning, Annabelle Yopes, Executive Director for Lincoln Road. I'm here on behalf of the board to speak how excited we are about this concept, this project opening up on Lincoln Road. This is really going to elevate and add to the transformation that Lincoln Road is going through. So we're here, we're very excited. We hope you approve the waiver, and we can't wait for the restaurant to be open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. No one else wishing to speak? No one online?
And there's no one online with their hand raised?
Okay, I'm closing the public portion, opening up to the board for comment. Who would like to start?
I initially had some comments about vegetation and the overall exterior design, but now it's answered clearly about how it looks more like a museum piece than a restaurant, which I was very impressed by. And the only real question I have left is like, are there any particular line elements that you can provide detail on the exterior of the screen? Or
I'm sorry, and I'm having a difficult time hearing you. I apologize.
I tend to rush my speech. Are there any particular lighting elements that you're going to provide on the screen on the exterior? to
Not
provide
on the
detail?
screen itself, but it's
On the
it's
top of
above,
the
right,
LED
coming
lights
down.
on. Okay.
Shot show that get this illumination.
You need to
Yeah,
come
come
up
to
to
the
the mic.
microphone. As I say, come back.
Sorry about that. The evening shot showed that in the rendering. So you get lighting on the top, it'd be like a LED light, and on the bottom as well, so illuminated too.
Okay. I just think it would be a cool opportunity to provide some type of lighting element, not using that screen as a reflective
That's right.
surface.
It's powder coated, so it'd be
Powder
like-
coated element,
Yeah.
but yeah, I'd love to design it. It
Well,
looks
thank you,
very
man.
interesting.
Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Gabriel, did you have something?
My question is with the anchoring of the screen?
Stay up here. And
How do-
maybe, can you put up a picture? In the presentation, maybe 14, oh yeah.
Do we have a section?
Oh, in the application, so let's pull up the application.
It's a light aluminum screen, so it's not gonna be matted, so I don't want this thing to rust. So,
But is it removable? Is it, hurricane proof? Or like,
Oh, yeah.
talk to me a little bit about this process.
Melissa can talk about the
Okay,
dynamics of
let's
anchoring,
have
but
her then to talk.
Because it's so transparent, there's not a lot of mass that
Right.
winds can hit it, so it's just gonna blow right through it, right?
Exactly, but still, I mean, it's still considered, a concern,
Yeah, no, it is absolutely anchored.
regardless of its
And,
beauty and its
If you,
veil-like.
And unfortunately, we don't have that for the presentation, but it is part of your package, in the DRB package. Page 23 of the package demonstrates the anchoring, and Alyssa can discuss it.
Is the anchoring on top and bottom?
yeah, there's a feature that attaches, that encases the light and is attached directly to the concrete, on the surface of the concrete. One of the things we did want to maintain also was to keep the integrity of this giant, the roof being that architectural feature. We did want to preserve that and see the screen as being additive. So on page 23, you can see it, basically there's a channel that the screen embeds into. It does fold back and forth, which gives a little more structural integrity from a lateral standpoint. And we also curved it around from the ground. Where it curves back around, we're imagining we may need some posts for it to finish to at the ends, just to give it that lateral strength. And some of those posts are probably going to be embedded in the concrete, because the ground level ones are a little bit taller than the ones that are suspended.
You know what I think it'd be really helpful to put up this image that you're talking about. I don't know how we.
Unfortunately, we don't have that as
I
part of
mean,
our.
is it, you said it's on the public materials, it's available
It is,
online?
Yes,
Yes,
page 23.
Page 23.
So how we have things listed, I guess, because we needed to break the files smaller, there's a Lennox plans
It's-
photos, Lennox plans drawings,
It's in the drawings section.
okay, in the drawings.
It's one of the last pages of the drawings section.
Because I have that open and it only goes to 17,
Oh, okay.
sorry.
And what gauge is the aluminum?
I'm sorry?
The thickness or gauge of the aluminum?
That's going to be up to once we get into our fabrication details, but from the discussions we've had preliminarily, I think it's going to be about a 1/4 inch thick. From my experience, that tends to be a comfortable laser cut, and I think it also will depend a little bit on the scale of the pattern once we start getting that, because some of those the larger openings that Alessandra was describing, they're going to need a little bit of thickness just to maintain the integrity of the pattern. So I think it's probably at least a 1/4 inch thick.
So there will be shop drawings after that.
Shop drawings, exactly. I mean, it's going to be a fully engineered thing. Yeah. We did the railing on the side of the Betsy Hotel, that stair, which has extensive laser cut, and the 1/4 inch was where we ended up with that, but it had to go through kind of an engineering process to get there.
So I think you can bring up, maybe it's page 11 in the Lennox in plans drawings.
Thank you.
Because I agree, it was a little hard to see in the renderings exactly how and with the light situation.
Right.
Can you bring it up? CJ, can you bring it up? Or, it's always easier to talk something in front of you.
For sure.
And then so you mentioned this sort of track lighting or whatever, where is that gonna be?
So the top sits in a channel across the top, and the lighting sits on either side of the channel, so it kind of sandwiches the screen itself, and with the lights in either side, so that they shine, and there'd be the angled cutoffs, so they kind of shine down and direct the light onto the screen itself.
I see. And then for the upper one, it's also on the top.
Exactly. It's the same channel, kind of top and bottom.
Yeah.
Because we see the kind of the roof and the ground plane as being kind of the thing that encompasses this new screen design.
And so let me ask you a question. In the renderings that you showed us, there's a very strong line of the lighting. Is that what it's going to be, or is it going to be softer?
No, you will see a distinct line that continues across the top.
Okay.
Multicolored, or is it one single color?
At this point, we're not planning it. It probably will be, simply because you can get it in both and it would allow for that. But right now, the design intent is not to make it into rainbow colors.
Glitzy.
Yeah. It is supposed to be white. It's very much supposed to be a veil, a lace. Yeah.
And then how far back, can you maybe tell us what is the effect that you're going for with this screening? Is it flowing down? How far back? You have this massive cantilevered canopy. Is it, spilling over or inside a little bit? Again, it's just hard to tell from.
Oh, it's set back from the angled profile of the
No, I meant
canopy.
from the front of the building. Like, how far back is it from the front edge of the concrete?
Oh, it's on plan.
Yeah, hold on.
Let me just get you the plan.
Can we pull
Like,
up the
do you
presentation
have,
again?
do you have any renderings from the inside of the courtyard? That's something
There's
we're
one.
missing.
Yes,
There's
we
an
do.
aerial view down. and
There's
then
an aerial
ones
aerial view into the space.
Your first image with the dotted lines and plan, I think, show
Right.
the
Yeah.
the
Exactly.
upper level and lower level.
Exactly.
Right.
When you're answering, Sarah,
We
can
don't
you
have
just
control right now.
tell a little bit about the story behind it? I heard lace, like you have this sort of concrete, rigid canopy, and now you're draping lace. I'd just love to hear your story behind that. Because it's very transparent, and that's why I asked about the gauge of the metal, because you have open ends, and you don't want people to come and bend them. And
No, that's, I think 1/4 inch and it being curved, you'll get some good rigidity out of that. And as Melissa was saying, there's gonna be some structural drawings that helps us, this is a rendering, so it's design intent to the most part. We have structural drawings and structural engineer to come on board, as well as a lighting consultant. So we have a lighting, so I don't want a harsh, no offense to this room, but not as harsh as this. I'm gonna be sensitive to the eyes. We do want our guests to come up and be very comfortable so we don't want harsh lighting. It's supposed to be nice and soft and gentle. This is in-house renderings, it's the best that we could do in terms of giving you an indication of what it's gonna look like.
If CJ could get the presentation back up, we'll try to get the right folder for you.
Okay. Yeah, and I mean, that was, I thought I liked that you did this breakdown of this is one, and, that it was not attached.
This was an option.
Gabriel, did you have, I know you brought this up, do you have more comments?
I just have a concern, with it. I feel that it's, something's gonna happen. And I feel something with the thickness is not probably,
Okay.
and the
it's-
attachment, the anchoring is another concern.
Okay.
So it's more structural than design. The design is beautiful. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but the structural is what's concerning.
So you'll see this is the plan of the proposed screens.
Alyssa, could you get bit closer to the mic? Thank you.
Sorry, the blue indicates the screening elements above, so they're set back a little bit more, and then the ground level ones are more along the edge, and you'll see at the end of all the ground level ones, which are the taller ones, that they kind of do a tight curve back, which is where it engages with the posts. So each of those tight little kickbacks allows for a post to be kind of enveloped by the veil at various locations to stiffen the lateral for the ground level, which we agreed was going to be the area of concern. You have people touching them, leaning on them. So that's why the posts were introduced on the ground level. For the upper level, they're much smaller, and of course they're not dealing with their own weight as well as the weight of people messing with them.
They're like light fixtures. The blue one's kind of like a light fixture up there, right? just kind of anchored. They're not going to be very heavy. But again, we'll get a structural engineer to sign off on these.
Right.
That's obvious.
And so then, to interact, is there gonna be a gap between the top of the ones from the floor and, because
Yes.
it's, I know it's
Yeah,
very
layered.
high.
Yeah. layered.
Absolutely, they don't even align at all, so, so that there is sometimes the upper one gets a little bit lower than the lower one, so they kind of engage and
So it's very
shift
three-dimensional,
around.
right? You can see it between the blue and the yellow. It's the yellow in the front, the blue on the top.
Yeah.
Make sense? Yellow on the ground, blue on the ceiling.
Scott, did you have more questions?
Yeah, I had a couple of things. First of all, on the north side, looking straight at the building, I see where it's a very low wall. During the day version, you have a man standing there, and it's the wall's like at below waist height. And then at the night version, it looks like there's planters behind that wall. So I just wanted to,
Yeah.
that's the south side.
Isometric shot. where
On the
it shows
north
the-
side, it's
This,
number 7.
Right, we try to maintain visibility into what is currently the main entrance, which is the north end. And the planters are on the inside. And Scott, you were asking earlier about, did we have an aerial or something showing what the courtyard would look like? If you look
Kinda
up
like that.
now, on the top left, you can see the aerial view looking
Okay.
into the space, and the top right, kind of at level.
You're
You can
inside
see.
the space there.
Right, this
So
is
all I
the
was gonna,
courtyard.
where that's very low, I appreciate Steph's comments about visibility. And where you have it low and then the high one is shorter, that's nice. I think you add a nice openness there. The height concerned me that people would hop over if there's not a barrier. Okay. And then in the other one, at the very north side, it just stops. And it looks like there's a gap between the glass and the building. But it's not gonna be accessible, right? Like,
It's not.
so.
No, there's a backflow preventer there. We're lucky enough to have a backflow preventer right there.
Right there,
So-
go back,
Right.
that one. So what
Yes.
did you say? I'm sorry?
There's a backflow preventer and a fire hydrant, and the fire access is actually from that side, so we're required to keep it open so
Right.
the fire would enter the space from that location. They need
But
to see
it curves back into the building, not allowing access to
No,
the
it is
restaurant
actually,
through
it
that
is open.
side.
Yeah.
It is open on that side.
So how do you prevent people from walking through there from the outside, is what I'm asking?
There's a gate, I'll show you on the plan.
There's a gate about halfway along the facade.
All right, so you see where the building starts to, is there a laser on the side?
I don't know that there is.
You see where there it says service station? To the left of the service station, that glazing
Right.
right there? And then there's a yellow line that runs kind of north-south on that plan?
With the gate.
So it's important to note that the area right now where you enter into Yard House, where that front entrance is, there will be no tables there. That's just beautification of the space. So that is not, that is our emergency exit, that is all
So
open.
you can exit, but there will be a barrier to prevent people
Right,
from going
there's a-
back? Okay, that's
right,
what
there's a
that's all my
barrier
question.
further south, as Alessandro was saying, right where the building kind of L shapes.
Right.
That's where we have the gate, which is what accesses the actual restaurant space,
Yeah, we don't want people to be,
right?
Okay, that's all. And then my last comment was, again, with staff, I appreciate the maintenance of the water feature, but, this water feature is a concrete block, basically. I don't see much architectural use of it. It's sad not to have some kind of water feature, because I think that would really add to your ambiance in that courtyard to have some kind of water sound, but I don't particularly think saving that thing is gonna be a crime to the architectural world, or that it's an integral part of the building, honestly. So I wouldn't have a problem with getting rid of that.
it's not a crime.
Thank you. Adam, do you have any comments? I don't want to put you on the spot. though.
No, I, again, now that looking at closer, I see this sort of draping of the fabric is sort of the pattern. You're trying to use that as the rigidity of the lower section there, and that is some of my concern, is just it getting damaged and it's poorly wearing over time. And like people bending the pattern, I see that in the renderings, the pattern is consistent, and I get it, but are you planning to sort of gradient up with sort of density to lighter as you work from the ground up, so that we have a little bit more protection of the pattern so it doesn't get as damaged?
And before I let Alessandro discuss the actual material, I think it's also important to note that we will have landscaping all on the interior around that metal framing. So, but Alessandro can address the outside.
I just want to say, so there's, all of the lace is connected. So there's never any open, like, frame where you can grab it and pry it open. And the last thing we want is somebody to get hurt. Like, that's the last thing we want. So it is absolutely all connected. Imagine like a lace, right? So it's all interwoven, connected. You can see right through it. So I don't think you'll be able to crack that open. You'd have to
Well,
put
let
some
me ask you a
force into it.
question, because this seems to be a general concern. Could you make it a little bit thicker if you were asked
Oh,
to?
sure.
So, I
absolutely.
mean,
That was a
maybe
great question,
that's,
'cause
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And
no.
that's,
you know,
that's where the
structure
engineering
says that
comes
they
up.
want it to be
Right.
thicker, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't really want a bunch of posts, so if he says to make it half-inch thick, I'd be happy to do that.
Right.
So, I
I also
don't,
have a follow-up for that because long-term maintenance and people sticking trash in there and leaving it at night, like, it could be a concern. Like, I don't know if you want to put
And,
not really design, but like a mesh or something to prevent trash being, or cups.
we
being
wanted it
stuck
to
in
be a
there.
little more dense, but I think it
Yeah.
contradicted the
Openness.
desire.
The openness
Perforation.
and
So it's like
visibility.
this we did a 50-50 almost, right? So-
I'm more concerned about this, the lower quadrant of it, and again, people like climbing it or stepping on it and bending a piece, and so I don't know if again, when you're doing your shops, if you gradient from denser up that way, you're also, it's more rigid, and then nobody can put their foot in there and start to climb it. And it's also could act as like the bottom of the curtain drape, if it's like, if you had
Yeah,
a fold or something there.
happy to look at that, like
I don't know if
again,
that goes against the staff.
If it doesn't, I'm happy to look at
I
it.
see my
can't
kids
see-
climbing it. Don't worry about.
It's not a jungle gym.
Yeah, no, we don't.
And there's no Muppets, by the way, in the show. I just want to clarify, there are no Muppets in the show.
And
But you-
does the idea of the lace contribute to the idea of the program inside? Like, this is part of what will happen in the type of
Yes, so the lace,
shows and the vibe inside. I just, that's sort of the big statement for, is it match what's happening
It
inside?
is, for sure, it is. And I'm glad you brought that up, that it actually looks like a piece of art, which was the intent. You don't want this thing to look decorative. I see a lot of elevations on facades tending to look a little decorative with plaster. I just really want this thing to feel like a piece of art rather
It's
than.
like in Paris.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we do a lot of work globally around the world, and you get to see these exciting elevations on restaurants that you just don't see it very much, and I just don't want it to be decorative. So yeah, it's definitely more sculptural than it is now.
and it does carry completely into the interior. It's all a veil of intrigue is what we've called it, and the Muppet Wall, but we'll call it the veil of
You
intrigue.
see it on tabletops and things like
Right.
that.
I think we have other,
Menus.
Myra, do you have comments about this?
Yes, I'll try to go through all my comments on this. We talked about anchoring and the gauge. I think all of that will be looked at very carefully by your structural engineer. And then if that isn't enough, I know the building department will take a good look at that so that it not only withstands daily touching of that veil or lace, but also a storm, wind or hurricane. And so I don't have a concern about that because I know it will be looked at carefully. I think that reducing the number of seats is good. It also reduces your parking requirement and the parking crunch that we have in the area as it exists. I think the enhancement you've done to the property is beautiful, not only in the front but on the side. I think moving the entrance through the side not only creates a different feeling when a person goes to the restaurant, but it also provided for a better circulation of the restaurant inside. Currently, with the previous occupant, the feeling inside was not a good feeling. So it was dark, it was like forever, you kept on going back. So I think this circulation will work much better, in my opinion. I think it's a beautiful project, especially at night when it lights up. I know that there will be, based on the property, and I do not, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a first-class restaurant coming in. And I'm sure that there will be plenty of security and maintenance on it. But if there's a concern with someone trying to stick their hand in or a foot in or leaving water bottles in the openings, I'm sure that the either the alarm systems through laser can take care of that, and also the maintenance every day. I do not have a problem with removing the water feature. I don't, to me, I respect very much the planning department's opinion. However, I don't feel that it's much of a water feature, more of a bathtub for the community. So I think removing it, or if you decide, removing it is not an issue for me. If you decide to do a different type of water feature on the inside courtyard for sound effect, that's, that would be fine. But I wouldn't make that a requirement. I understand that you're putting it right at the edge of the property line, in and out, in and out, in and out, and currently, or the building is there with a block of cement, not being an issue either. I think it's a beautiful enhancement to Lenox Avenue, and the restaurant will be a wonderful enhancement, I'm sure, to Lincoln Road.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
That's very sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have some comments related to this. It's actually, I want to start with points that were made by staff and expand upon them. So one of them was, it talked about how the screen may obscure the original design intent. And this was something, so I went to the property and I stood across the street, really sort of studying what was going on. And, and I'd like to maybe bring up a picture. Right now, as the building exists, and I didn't ever even really noticed it before, it's this really interesting, simple, modernist gesture of where you have the glass walls, and then this very heavy concrete overhanging cantilevered canopy. And of course, there's this typical modernist play with the lightness supporting the heaviness, and it's really reinforced by the fact that some of the windows at the front are, placed at an angle. So you have this very sort of strong modernist gesture to this building. And even the side, although I agree, the side along the parking lot, it's not that much. It still has that sort of simple, elegant, minimal statement to it. And my main concern that I think is what staff has pointed out is that was the intent of the building. And I think that, and it's a little bit hard to tell with the drawings that you submitted or the renderings. What I want to make sure is that these screens don't obstruct that or change that or all that. And I love the restaurant concept that you're presenting. I love the activation and the energy, and I get it. I understand it's beautiful. All of the interior things that you've chosen, the landscaping, etc. I want to be able to go with you on this journey. I want to, but what I don't want, I want these screens to work in sync with the existing architecture, not fight it or obscure it. Admittedly, I'm a fan of modernism and minimalist architecture to begin with, so I think, that's nice. But that's really what strikes me, and that is something that I think needs to be considered. So I don't know if, and I understand. My other concern, did you provide in the presentation materials a sample of exactly the design, or is that just sort of the idea of what you might be doing?
We have a blow up
On the lace, you mean?
We don't have a physical.
Exactly.
No, we
Because
don't have
usually, in typically, I know you have a materials board, which is helpful. Is that exactly what we're getting, or that's based an idea of what could happen?
You talked about like this.
The design.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, which is I'm not here to destroy architecture history. I'm a big fan. So, and I love the minimalism of the building too. That's why the idea of trying to keep it as transparent as possible and light as possible was part of the journey. And then using planting to kind of use it as a bit of a camouflage for those who are in the patio, right? So we're using
planting from the inside, because from the
inside.
outside,
Correct.
there's
That's
no.
right. So
My
which-
concern is, from the street side view, I also, and again, it's another staff point, what are the sort of regulations or about the interaction between the pedestrian and the edge of the property, because I agree this is really cutting it off, and I completely understand why. You know, you want to create this exclusive special experience, but what are our, you know, regulations and zoning? What does the code say?
Well, the code requires activated uses along the street front, and right now, like was mentioned, it's maybe you can't see through during the day, but you have the outdoor seating. That creates the activation. Right now, the screening element, we want to make sure that you have the visibility and transparency through, so it doesn't become like a, you know, a wall to the street.
We don't want that, by the way.
I think it is helpful that you have the two layers. It doesn't really, you can't see it from the straight on elevation. But I think having that upper level, which is more undulating, and the lower level, so I do think you'll get that transparency. You're not going to look at it straight on. And I could understand the issue of the water feature and how that sort of is jarring in comparison to the lace in the gentle curves of the lacing elements. And just to go back onto the waiver that's being requested for the frontage standards, I just want to verify, it's not just a matter of the 10-foot pedestrian zone. Looking at the code requirements, it requires a 15-foot setback from the back of curb. And since you're not since you're removing the water feature.
But that's for new construction, Michael,
But
under the code.
right now, if you remove the water feature, you comply with the code. You're removing the water feature and then you're adding something back. So I think the waiver is still needed because you're not going to have that 15 feet from the back of it. We're supportive of the waiver. We want to make sure that the board grants it, or you ask of it today, so it doesn't become an issue at permitting.
Right. That's why we did it in abundance of caution, because we weren't certain that it was necessary, since it wasn't new construction, but as Michael indicated, the removal of the water feature could be considered new construction.
Right.
If we put the screen back.
If you were keeping the water feature, then I would say you would not need that, but you're removing it, so it would be needed.
But I think the important thing is that the distance that exists on the sidewalk would not change. It's exactly this, in the same location.
That's
We're
correct.
not
You're not
minimizing.
reducing
But you're not going to be able to see, and I mean, one of the things that is interesting about the current design as exists is that there is a very direct interaction between the street and people sitting in the restaurant, which I understand your concept is not to do that. But it also, what I'm worried about, and again, maybe it's just an issue with the rendering, is at that southwest corner, the depth of the cantilever is even more dramatic, and you have this deep recess. And I think that the original intent of the building was to have a relationship with the pedestrians and with the street, and also this very dramatic overhang, and which is, you know, one of the few features of the building. And my concern is that the screening is gonna screen that. You're not going to notice it. It's going to take away that effect. And if that's one of the few design components of the existing building, you know, I don't know, it has to be done sensitively and you know, I'm conflicted about this because I want to say, listen, this is your property and you can design it and have your restaurant concept, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't, I keep thinking about, you know, a woman wearing like an elegant, beautifully designed, like Issey Miyake gown, and then wrapping it with this really garish, colorful wrap, and you can't see the original concept, and it just clashes and it doesn't feel right. I think if done correctly, this could be really interesting. I like mixing, you know, designs, but you have to get it right. And that's also why I mentioned that we don't have an exact drawing of what that screening is. And maybe it would be more effective if the design of the screen was less sort of floral and curvilinear, and maybe it's more of a nod to the modernism of the building. I don't know what that is, because I was, again, like, I was looking at this, looking at the building, trying to think it through, and I was like, how can we ensure that this is done in a way that, you know, that they don't clash? And here we have, you know, and this is a massive building on a big street. This is a very visible location, so it has to be done right.
And I'm sure, and I hate to do this to staff, but I'm sure that they're going to rake us over the coals if we don't produce something that is to that scale of what you're indicating, Ms. Nelson.
Of course, it's just, you know, when you present us with, you know, drawings that are hard to read, and then this is what we're thinking of doing, you know, in oftentimes we get these presentations and they say, here's the screen, this is the exact design, this is what we've worked out. You know, you're presenting us with, this is really the big thing that you're asking us about, the design of the screen, and then you're coming and saying, oh, it could be this, but you got to trust us, which...
The intent is to make it look like this. Obviously, if during construction, you know, a flower needs to go to the left, or, you know, there needs to be an extra support, that may happen. But the intent is to provide exactly what you're seeing in that sheet. That is the intent.
If I can add and to what Sarah is saying, I actually have a different feeling when I look at that building over the years. I don't see an inviting building. I see a block of cement on top and then a black or dark glass. And then I see another block of cement on the bottom, which is the water feature. That's from the outside, many a times, you know, going through there and entering the restaurant. It's not inviting, it's not a good feeling on the inside. It doesn't allow me that much visibility because of its circulation, because of its dark glass, or what appears to be a dark glass. It doesn't really give me much of an invitation or much of a nice look to the parking lot across the street. Doesn't give me that visibility. So I don't have an inviting feeling in the structure as it sits today from the outside or the inside. I think the lace actually not being a straight, but actually being curved and being different on the different level on the bottom as on the top is also increasing the visibility that is available now. From the inside, I'll see that veil, I'll see the landscaping. From the outside, I see something far prettier than what I see today. So you know, different likes, different tastes, different colors. That's my take on it.
So basically, you don't like the building to begin with, and you're happy for it to be covered over.
Sarah, I don't mind speaking to that. Like, I actually
I
think
like,
that,
I'm sorry, I actually like the combination, one thing I forgot, of the slab of the roof with the lace. I think it's keeping some of the modern together with some of the new.
Yeah. Scott, did you comment?
Yeah, this grew on me a lot. I didn't love it from the beginning, and I'm sorry I didn't respond for any outreach. I did not love it at the beginning. It's really grown on me, particularly the space you left on the north side looking in. I think it's very whimsical and it's very elegant. And I like I like the concept. I know your restaurants are amazing, so that is exciting because this is a dead area right now. And I also would say, even removing the fountain, you're not really bastardizing the architecture. So if this doesn't work out, it can be undone and everything remains the same. And I think right now, you're right in that you're saying it's got to be done right. We were looking at the same picture, the one in the daytime, and your concerns were my realizations that there's enough of it on the right side, and on the left side you see a strong roof. Even with the design, they left kind of space in the corner that looks past it. So anyway, I think you did all the right things as far as spacing this lace stuff. So I would, if we're ready, I would make a motion to approve the design as well as the variance.
Well, actually, I have one more comment as you're talking. I think maybe in looking, and again, some of this has to do with the rendering. And you know, I think what is architecturally significant, what's contributing about this building is this deep, heavy concrete overhanging roof. I think that that's what makes the property really interesting. And the line goes all the way back. Again, it's a very simple, minimal gesture, but that's what it is. That's what you have. So I'm wondering if there are ways to preserve this concrete canopy and also have the screening. Because, and it's, again, it's just hard to see in the rendering. I think right now you're wrapping the property with the screening, you're obscuring that play of materials and weight and lightness. So I don't know if it's maybe a different place. I mean, I know it's hard because you want to have, everyone walking on the side. If you were to reduce the footprint of the screening, again, it's hard with your renderings, what you've seen.
Sarah, I
Yeah.
have one idea, because I agree with you, the roof line is the architectural element of the existing building, and creating a channel interaction sort of creates that separation and just sort of, I don't know, it sort of disconnects a little bit, and I don't know, this may be an idea, but I don't know, and I'm going off of your idea about the dress and the draping and seeing a neckline, and, I don't know if the connection to the roof had, it was a little bit more, had some movement, so it wasn't just the channel that wraps and connected to the concrete, and maybe there was a little bit of more space would address what you're talking about, and removing it a little bit from the lid so that the roof line stays.
On the roof line.
Just the upper canopy where there's a little bit of space, and then I know they're like the grazer light, which could potentially be in there. I don't know, that's just an idea
Can
when
you
you were
bring up
speaking about that.
Can you bring up the night picture?
Yep, we have that up. And I
Yeah.
think unfortunately, Ms. Giller, as you indicated earlier, the renderings kind of are difficult to understand a little bit. I think in one of the items that you have in your package where we actually separated the top and the bottom screens, it's easier to see that that top screen that is attached to the overhang is set back much more than
Do
the
you
ground
have,
screen.
how many, is it
It's
5
on
feet,
that-
10 feet?
It's on that plan.
Yeah, it's on the plan
The
itself.
drawing one, oh, again.
So it is set back much more than the ground one. It's just the rendering with the lighting, it's difficult to read it that way, but it is substantially set back, so you see the overhang and then the veil in the back.
And
But
the
Sarah,
comment
I
made
was
by,
going to say, Sarah, I think we're actually trying to express that horizontal line that you're saying, as you can see here. We're actually preserving it, setting it right back. So you can see it here, right?
Yeah.
So leaving this edge here, we're not bringing the veil to the edge of it. It's like a piece of sculpture set inside of it. So-
Right, because I
Is
mean,
the-
and it was this drawing, or wait, no, go back.
Right, so
That's, I think, when we have the concern of how is this attached, because
Yeah.
that just looks like it's,
Yeah, because of the
What you're
layers.
reading
yeah.
is the screen, because it is set further back, it is on the plane further back. These renderings are actually really very accurate, like the lines that you're reading for the lights are against the concrete, and they're set further back. So you can start to see that, it's
Yeah,
not
you can
that
see
they're
it here.
draping down or anything like that, they're hard against the thing, so they're way back in the space, and you'll see here how
Right.
far back they are, and then you read the line simply because you're seeing through the screen to the line of the light.
Yeah, so Sarah, so the bottom is lower than, doesn't even touch the seal of the roof, and then only the back ones like chandeliers, the blue lines
Right.
touch the roof. So this is the edge, this is the bottom, massive gap, and then only on the inside is there that light
I
fixture.
want to see it.
and the inside one is even further back into
Correct.
the
So
building
this is-
and
this
leaving
is-
more of the roof
This is-
slab
this is
Correct.
not
visible.
touch.
Correct.
Yeah, this is not touching, this is not touching, this is all set back. So layer one, layer two.
Yeah, that's right.
Make sense? So you can see it on the plan.
Maybe you should start like that.
So
And-
layer one here, layer two here, and all screens back. It's all open, and this is all the concrete roof line is
Yeah.
right
Right.
there.
So that blue line
This-
is
this
the
doesn't
upper,
touch.
you can see the setback of how far back it is on the.
The yellow on the bottom
overhang.
is the yellow
Correct,
is the bottom
Correct.
screen.
correct.
See it here, it's not touching. It's low.
I apologize if that wasn't clear during our presentation.
Yeah, 'cause
All of it, by the way, Sarah.
It
all of
does,
this.
it's that 3D illusion of the eye, but it is.
You see it here? This is all open. Yeah.
Thank you.
I hope that answered the
Yeah.
questions.
I mean, again, I still have the reservation that we don't really know what we're getting in terms of the design for the screen. And for
Well, I think
that
we're
reason.
gonna hold them to this design, so it's gonna have to be substantially consistent with what's presented today. I think if the
Okay.
board wants to include a condition like has been suggested, that if required, they can provide a denser screening along the lower portion if needed. We can have that
Absolutely.
condition, but the design will be substantially consistent with what's shown to you today.
Michael, I think that requiring a denser or more gauge. It's really going to be between the structural engineer and the building department as to what will sustain the winds and the hurricanes. And I think we're getting out of our
They're
area.
gonna have plenty.
I think we
by
can
I guess
doing
what
that,
I'm
and I-
We
talking
can
more
include
about the
conditions, say
design.
if required, so that way, what we don't want
Yeah.
to say is that they come back with the structural engineering and say, okay, we have to beef up the lace along the bottom. As
Yeah.
long as we have a condition that says if required, then we can approve that
right.
administratively.
Well, but
Yes.
also my concern, and we've had a lot of the parking garages that have the screening typically at the DRB, you know, we're the design review board, and we do, it is, or usually, I assumed it was a requirement that we have to have an exact drawing of the screen. And that's part of what we review, considering this is the main part of this application. And there's nothing firm.
This is our proposed
Drawing.
exact drawing. The
Yeah.
only
Right,
thing
but
that
you
would
said
change.
before that this was just a
Well, no,
concept.
well, it is a concept until it goes to
Till it gets
engineering.
approved by
Right, so if
building.
engineering
No,
says.
that's not what.
Well, I would say if this goes to engineering and they have to like double the size of everything,
That's-
we're not going to accept that.
My concern is not in engineering,
Right.
the thickness. I'm not talking about the thickness of the plates itself. I'm talking about
The
what will
openings.
design look like.
Right.
Not even the openness,
And-
what will this look like that's completely wrapping this enormous property? What will that look like? If you say, yeah, I'm going to commit to what we've presented here, then we're going to hold you to that. And in order to get the approval, you're going to have to make it look exactly like this, which is what people have done in the past. What has also happened is people have come and said, oh yeah, you know, this is what it is, and this is the palette, and this is this, and then they build the building and it's different. And so we're just sort of, you know, doing our due diligence to make sure that what the applicant is saying is gonna be built will indeed be built, so that we know, okay, this is interacting well, this is not, this is successful. And
love that
again,
fact.
this is the main, this is what you're proposing a screen, this is what your application
Absolutely.
is
So
about.
I think what
And Ms.
planning
Giller,
is
if
saying.
we could have CJ pull up what we have on our screen, and I wasn't speaking about the gauge when I said the design from engineering. If you see, there's some very thin lines that hold the more decorative portions together. If engineering came back and said, you're gonna have to double those lines, or you're gonna have to make less of them, that's where I was talking about the change in design, not necessarily gauge. I absolutely agree with everything you just said, and we are committing that this is our design. The only change would be, as I said, if engineering came back and said, we need more
Right.
support, you know, systems in between the decorative. That's what I meant with respect to changes in the design.
Okay,
And for a feeling of comfort, I think what Michael Belushi is saying is that if this concept of the veil, of the lace changes, they will not be approving it and it will come back. Or if they
Right.
feel that it's okay, but that this board needs to see it again because it's a major change, then they will bring it back to this board.
So if the shop drawings don't match, the staff's not accepting them, then we can do a review of them.
Yeah, how does that work, Michael?
Well, we include a condition saying the design presented for the screening shall be substantially consistent with that presented to the board.
Yeah.
I can make a motion and try to.
I think
make
Scott
that-
made the motion already,
Okay.
so we just need a second.
But
Would
you
that-
want to add that, Scott? You want
Would
to add
that
that
motion-
provision?
And I'm sorry, would that motion include the removal of conditions D1, C?
Yeah, I was okay with the no fountain, and I was okay with, what was the other one?
Okay, so removal of those three. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
And approval of the waiver?
Wait, can you say so it was removal of the fountain?
C, D, and E on the
Right.
order.
1 C, D, and E.
1 C, D, and E. The last one, E, is related to the transparency that you discussed before, so.
Yeah, I was fine with the transparency issue, and especially the gaps they left in the setback of the top one. I think that it gives enough transparency based on that you don't see in the building anyway as it is. And yeah, that was
You
my
like it.
motion,
Okay,
so if you
okay.
don't like it.
Okay. I'll second the motion.
Seconded by Ms. Barcavoli. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye. Nay.
Nay.
Oh,
Motion passes 4-2.
Thank you. Thank you, board. Have a great afternoon.
We're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, good afternoon. Welcome back to the DRB meeting on May, was it 16th? 15th. We're now moving on to our next project, DRB 25-1081, 1820 Bay Road.
And this is a little bit similar to the last application. It's another screen, ironically, on the same agenda right after another one. Again, this is DRB 25-0181 for 1820 North Bay Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the renovation of an existing one-story commercial building, including the renovation of the front facade and installation of a screen located at the front property line, including a waiver for the frontage standards similar to the last application. As indicated in our staff report, the applicant's proposing a new 10-foot privacy screen with an entrance opening along the front property line, which is comprised of a steel grid structure within which 4 rows of terracotta louvers rotate manually. The incorporation of the screen creates an entry courtyard between the sidewalk and the building, where the applicant has proposed to locate outdoor furniture and landscape planters. We are supportive of the design and just are recommending some additional articulation along the blank portion of the front wall. In addition to the design of the front facade renovations, this application includes a waiver pertaining to the required clear pedestrian path. In the Sunset Harbor, a minimum of 10 feet is required, which can be reduced to at least no more than at least 5 feet. In this instance, the proposed design provides a clear pedestrian path of 7 foot 6 inches within an overall sidewalk of 15 foot 7 inches, which incorporates planters with existing trees. Based upon the existing pedestrian path of 6 foot 6 inches clear, it's not less than what's proposed. Staff is recommending approval of the application, including the waiver for the clear pedestrian path as proposed. With that, I'll turn it over to the applicant. Is the applicant here for the presentation?
Michael, while the applicant is coming up, can I just ask you, what is the requirement on the pedestrian path? And
The
what are
DRB can grant a pedestrian path of at least 5 feet. The requirement is 10 without a waiver. They're asking for a waiver to go below 10, but they're providing, I think it's 7 foot 6 inches.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask whether we're sworn in, because I wasn't sure, I'm not sure, they don't look familiar. Before you guys proceed, I just want to make sure that all of the parties who will be testifying or presenting today have been sworn in earlier or no?
No, I believe not.
Okay, yeah, I'll just do that really quickly. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Teresa Paramo. I'm here with my colleague Thomas Siebt in representation of our client, and we're seeking approval for a remodeling of an existing building. The building is located at 1820 Bay Road. It's within the Sunset Harbor neighborhood, and it's part of the CD2 medium intensity commercial zoning. It's an existing one-story building. It originally dates from 1938, and it has suffered several modifications through the years, losing its original character. As part of the design interventions, we're proposing modifications to the existing facade. We're proposing the addition of a permeable privacy screen at the property line, and we're proposing side work, especially at the front yard. And last, we're seeking a waiver like staff mentioned. And now I'm gonna let Thomas present the project in detail.
So if you can, actually, let me go to this side so that I can. So as you can see, the site is located within the neighborhood, within the Sunset Harbor neighborhood. It's kind of right at the center, where our office is actually located right next to it. So we are the direct neighbor to this property. This is the existing site plan of the property. You can see here how the property currently is. In the front yard area, it is a much lower area than the sidewalk. So part of our plan is to raise that area to incorporate and make it at the same elevation as the sidewalk. And you can also see the existing overhangs that are part of the 1970 alteration that was done. There is none of the existing character of the 30s building left in this property. So we're really bringing improvement and very high-end materiality to the facade, which I feel is very in line with the neighborhood. You can see here all of the side yards of the property. We're also bringing landscape to these areas, and they're meant to be part of the process of the actual use of the property. Just a little bit about the actual use of the property itself. This is meant to be a private wellness club in which members can become, integrated within the community of the specific business and go through treatments inside the space. We're dedicating a large portion of the actual interior lounge space to the community. So you can see here, this is part of our concept to really give back to the street and create a large community space. So the concept is to create this new facade. We're creating new openings and expanding the existing ones and creating openings within it, and also creating this privacy screen, which is meant to really shield part of the interior use of this front yard, while also creating some visual connection between the street and the actual space. You can see here what our proposed materiality is and the facade and the renderings we have prepared. We actually brought samples here. The concept for the facade is utilizing terracotta tiles, which are glazed and have a variety of different tones within this coloration, while also bringing in this terracotta within the privacy screen. We are seeking a waiver for, as mentioned by Michael, which, again, the sidewalk width is what it is, and we don't really have the ability to extend it beyond the 50-foot frontage of our property. So we request that the current situation be maintained. We're actually extending it by about a foot, whereas it's because there is a slight discrepancy between the property lines of adjacent properties and ours. We're actually giving that back to the sidewalk and improving the current situation. You can see here an axonometric of what our proposal is. Part of the improvements to the facade include an overhang and planters along the top of the building and along this canopy that extends throughout the entire opening, while providing shading also for the interior. The idea is that we are simplifying the facade and allowing the vegetation to kind of drape over our proposed facade and create a layering effect between both the privacy screen, the actual facade, and also the vegetation. So with this, I believe we have explained, the project. So we're opening ourselves up to questions from the board and from the members.
Great. Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak?
Good morning, Sarah de los Reyes, Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. We've met with the principal and the designers, and the neighborhood association approves this the covering that they're actually gonna put there is gonna enhance that building, which right now is just a building that really is not really that great in the neighborhood. So I think it's gonna look very, very nice. Hopefully you approve this.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? Anyone online?
There's nobody online with their hand
Great.
raised.
I'm now closing the public portion, opening up to the board for comment. Who would like to begin? You, go for it.
Apologies if you already said this already, but those slats on the wall, is it wood?
No, they're terracotta.
Terracotta, that's right, okay.
Those are the tiles that you have, that you
Correct.
say are glazed in different
Yes,
tones.
they are, these are color samples. The actual shape of the tiles will vary. The ones applied in the facade will have like a rectangular shape, while as the ones on the actual privacy screen are much longer and taller, about 2.5 feet in height.
You know what, can you walk us through, I think there's where those materials are gonna go and how they're part of the design. I think there's a microphone that you can take with you. If you wanna go over.
Is this working? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So you can see the materials here. Obviously the glass. We've already spec'd the glass with our MEP engineer for the energy calculation. So this is the clarity and transparency of the glass that we're proposing. We really prefer to have more transparency to retain this communication between the interior of the lounge space, the exterior front yard space, and the street. We're going with a dark espresso color for the frames, and also relating to the overall canopy, which you can see here. We also prepared this rendering without the privacy screen, so you could see both facades with more clarity. So the idea is that we have this overhanging canopy with a planter in the same dark metal, and the terracotta all along the facade. We have an actual raised sill for this window system, which can actually function as a seating, both for the inside and the outside. So it's also going to be activated in terms of the actual opening. So members can sit both on the inside and on the outside on the sill, which is going to be covered in micro cement. And then on the actual screen, we have the terracotta tiles in a variety of shades within this range. And the variation of, and the actual structure would be in the dark metal as well.
Yeah, can you?
Oh, and we also have the logo, which will be in a metallic cutoff with a standoff and LED behind it, which you can see right here.
Where is, I'm sorry,
The logo.
Oh, the logo,
Well Society,
okay,
yes.
sorry, okay. Okay, that was very helpful, thank you.
Absolutely.
Other questions?
Thomas, the screen tiles, you said 2 feet and that they're operable.
Yes, the idea is that they are threaded by a metal rod and that they can be turned. We are still coordinating with the company that produces the terracotta tiles to produce a tile that will work sufficiently and be resistant to this specific feature, but that is the intent.
Got it. So it'll be a solid glazed terracotta piece with a hole in it that will
Yes.
get threaded through and then have some resistance so they're not spinning in the wind.
Correct.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yes, we already have engaged the structural engineer that's producing engineering drawings for this specific privacy screen. So we are considering the wind loads and everything else, and structurally this will be a sound screen.
And are they more fixed facing the cafe next door, like on the return corner? Or
Yes, it will turn. It will turn the corner right on Carrot Express, so that you can have that corner visibility. One thing that's important to remark is that we're actually turning back on the terracotta on the facade so that there is no exposed stucco portion of the facade. The entire visible facade is covered with the material.
And they're still movable facing Carrot Express. You didn't want to sort of make them a little bit more or less permeable so that you had a little more privacy on that side?
We don't really think privacy itself is so relevant. We just want to create a slight barrier. We don't want to fully block the visibility. I think having visibility, even on that specific corner, is important for the concept so that you can maintain, because the majority of the foot traffic exposes the building coming south on Bay Road, actually coming from where our office is, and you have a lot of visibility, and we want to retain some of that.
Thank you. I know the building and this is a major improvement, and I think your presentation was really nice with the physical materials and the renderings, and I don't know, I think it'll be a nice
Thank you, really appreciate it.
addition to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Adam. Anybody else want to comment? Myra?
I know Carrot Express, which is a neighbor, they have the tables and chairs outside within their property line, but it's opened. It doesn't have a wall or any kind of, I don't want to call it a thrill wall, I guess. It doesn't have that. It's just open, which makes it more opened, makes the street appear wider than it actually is. Was there any consideration in not going all the way to the property line in the frontage of this throw wall and taking it back, creating maybe a different facade where the facade ends right, or where it begins right now?
So part of the consideration during the design was that we would like to maximize the actual usable space that is for the property. We would like to retain an exterior lounge. The current setback of the existing building is not sufficient if we were to push that privacy screen further into the property. Another consideration that was made was a continuation of the facade of the building to the south, which terminates at the property line. The actual only building within the immediacy of the property that does not extend all the way to the property line is where our office is located, 1828 Bay Road. And we just thought that for multiple reasons, including maximizing the actual usable space for the members of the property and retaining the consistency of the facade based on the building on the south side, it made sense to continue that facade line.
So what is the, Michael, I guess the existing FRA right now is 2204. They're permitted at 5625 square feet?
They're not increasing the square footage.
Yeah,
They're not modifying
No,
that.
I understand. So there's no change in that, but that lot is like 60 by 75 or something like that?
The lot is actually 50 by...
Yeah, 50 by 75. It's
Yes,
right here,
correct.
lot
Yeah,
size.
yes.
So it's 37. So you want to increase the frontage to the property line by putting in the throw wall. And what will be between the actual building and the throw wall?
We're utilizing that space as an exterior lounge for the members of the club.
Okay.
So there will be furniture, landscape.
This will be what kind of club?
It is a private members wellness club. So basically you come in to do treatments like hyperbaric chamber, you come to, there's an infrared bed, there's a cold plunge, infrared sauna, so this type of treatment.
Wait, do you have more? Because I was going to build upon your comment.
My concern is that these roads in this district that we have, this commercial and multifamily area, the streets are narrow, especially there in Bay Road, and bringing the throw wall all the way to the property line just makes it more closed in. So I just would have preferred something left further back. And I understand that you want to maximize the area, but we also need to maximize, the look of the street. So that's my concern.
Understood.
I would, or let me, if I could, do you want to respond?
Sure. Actually, we're actually retaining the existing condition because that is not usable walkway. There's not part of the sidewalk, and it's actually a lower area currently, so you're not actually able to step on that area, so you don't really extend or expand upon the sidewalk. So we also understand that having that area being used is to the benefit of the street because you actually create some diversity and interest within that space specifically because, and also it's not as exposed as in Carrot Express in which the terrace is kind of fully open. It generates, some connection visually between the passerbys on the actual sidewalk and the people who are using the lounge. So you're gonna see people, you're gonna see connection. It is not a solid barrier. The idea is that it is very much open, so you can literally turn the louvers kind of like vertically and have kind of like almost like a perfect visual between the two spaces. So we wanted to retain this permeability while also creating an element of interest because currently the facade, and I think this was one of the concerns that we discussed with Rogelio and Alejandro during the actual development of the project, was that the facade was too flat. And it wasn't really creating enough interest for the street. So it was part of the intention, since we were removing those really ugly overhangs that were part of the 1970 edition, that we create something else to generate interest and make the facade more aesthetically pleasing.
Yeah. And in doing so, you mentioned that the space between the building itself and the throw wall is lower in elevation. That is part of the property owned.
Yeah, currently.
And it can be brought up to the height of the sidewalk at least, so that it isn't lower in elevation. So that could have been taken care of in that manner. And the facade could have been changed without creating the throw wall, but creating a design in the front of the building itself. And then doing some sort of a wall, but not necessarily all the way up to the roof of the building, creating a wall just to create a separate space for lounging and keeping it open. That was just my thought. I know that we have other properties within the industrial area that have moved back or have kept the front setback that's required. And then others have not, like the property owned by the same company or LLC to the south, the building.
I would say too, to piggyback onto that, when I first went into this, to viewing the project, that was, this building has always been awkward, to say the least. And because it is set back, it's lower, there's all of these elements to the property that aren't compatible with its neighbors. And I remember one of the concepts that when I was studying urban planning, and certainly staff can, talk to this point, that in order to create a sort of harmonic streetscape, to have all of the property lines at the same plane. And so, but this block has always been awkward, not just because of this building, but then also the building that you're in is also set back, and they're the only two buildings that are, and all the other buildings are, at the edge of the sidewalk. And so I had that in mind as I was viewing this when I went to look at the property, and I actually think that the choices that you made, both to raise it to street level and to create this privacy wall, are very successful. And, and now at this point, it seems like, the building that you're in is the only one that's set back. They do a really good job of maintaining all of the greenery and everything. It's very nice. But now there's just this one-off, which, in going back and forth in my mind of, for preparation for this, which is better, to have two buildings that are awkward or to have one, I think that your solution is more successful. And I really appreciate that it is transparent. And I also think it's going to create a very nice amenity for the members of your club. I think, again, it's making it less awkward for its neighbors. My one thought, though, to that point, and I don't know if this is something that came up with your talks with staff or how that is, but of course, the wall or the privacy wall extension that is next to Carrot Express, is it, and I don't know the answer to this question, but would it make sense to have that be a little bit lower as a transition, or is it
better to have it all the same for unity. So there's not, because right now, 10 feet is a pretty high wall, and it is I was trying to find in your presentation materials, there's not, maybe that one over there, there's not a lot of views that you have that show that shared property line.
Maybe there's an aerial view with the
Yeah, I
proposed.
actually have it on right now, if you can see the extension of the
Yeah, that would be my only comment, to just make sure to think about that transition, because I think that this is its designs, and I like what you've done with the building. It works very, very well, but it needs to be seen in context, and it interacts fine with the building to the south. It's just that one courtyard area, and maybe if you examine it and you say, it does all have to be the same all around. What I just don't want to create a situation where it's overbearing to the neighbor to the north. That was my only concern.
Yes, and as you can see within this image, our building actually has this very large concrete wall that's about 2 stories high, and we are connecting to it. So that's kind of like the point of termination where the turnaround ends. And we really thought that it would just be much more pure to have the consistent height along, and we don't think that it would really add to either the street or coming from the corner, that you would have this kind of like drop down when you get to Carrot Express. It's because as I mentioned before, this is a pervious screen, so you can literally just twist the slats so that they are vertical, and then you have almost perfect visibility. And I think that really talks about having a little bit of flexibility in that sense.
So,
how did you arrive at the 10-foot height?
We took and created a modular system with the 2.5-foot elevation of the module, so that we could create a consistent opening that was similar to the openings we have in the facade of the building. So when you actually look through, you have kind of like these alignments, which I think architecturally enhance the facade.
I very much like the height of the wall versus having it like a fence, because to me, ironically, being taller actually feels more cohesive as a room rather than a barrier. It looks, I like it, so I'm pleased with it.
And because there's different tastes, I just find that if it were lower, it would allow the greenery on the rooftop to be more visible. And it would be more consistent, not with your property to the north, but definitely with the property on the south, which does not have that frontage closed in. It's set back as your property, as this property is. So if this wall were to be reduced, I think it would be more inviting, not inviting, but just more open from the street area, and yet provide the privacy required for the private members.
Can I just clarify something? Your office is actually in the building to the north, right?
Yes.
So you guys are above Carrot Express, so you know the
Correct.
building very well. Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Had there ever been any consideration of extending the greenery and creating a green roof as a wellness center, or no?
The issue is that this is a 1938 building. The roof structure has been redone, but we have to follow the 50% rule in terms of the improvements we're doing to the property. And honestly, if we had to bring this up to new building standards, we would be unable to maintain anything of the current building. The elevations would all change, and I feel like this would really change the character of the existing building. And what actually does, even though it, as you mentioned, it does have some awkward qualities to the street, it has been part of the street for quite some time.
Yeah. And then these tiles, what you're saying, this is going to be the tile, it's just a different shape, but
Correct.
it's going to have a variation.
Correct.
Because I was also thinking of the comment that staff made about the section to the left. Can you put up the other picture with the wall itself? So first of all, though, I understand that the privacy wall, it's going to be, you're not going to see this as much, right? Like it's going to be, I think that there is enough variation in the tile. I think that's a good choice, not to have a solid tile, but to have it be, and I like the contrast between the tile and the texture of the tile, and then the texture of the glass and the band. So I think that's really successful.
We don't have any issue now with removing the condition. We had asked for some additional elements on that blank wall, but there's enough texture there, and I think it's balanced by the openness, plus the screen from the front, so I think that's enough visual interest. And you don't want to add too much to it, it may overwhelm it, so I'm okay with the design as presented.
And then the side, it's on the left side or the right side that you want to decrease the pedestrian, or was it on the
No,
side
it's
or on the front?
It's on the front side.
Oh.
Yes.
Along the street.
Yeah, the issue is that the sidewalk really can't be enlarged in this in this property because both our building and the neighbor to the south are, we are kind of stuck where it is, and we don't really have the room to push the facade back. So that's why we opted to ask for the waiver and push the privacy screen to the property line and actually give back to the sidewalk that about 1 foot in the front that is disconnected currently.
Yeah, I think as long as it aligns with where the building next to the south is, as
Yes.
long as it's in that same, I think it'll be really successful.
That is the intention, yes.
Yeah.
And Michael, this, just like our previous presentation, if it doesn't meet structural integrity, the wall that's being proposed, then it would, and the design has to be changed dramatically.
It would come back- it would
based on-
come back
You
to
would
you.
bring it back, okay.
Any other comments, or does anybody want to make a motion?
Motion to approve?
Sounds,
Yeah.
I'll second.
and that's inclusive of the waivers?
Inclusive of the waiver, we're going to remove the condition regarding modifying the wall on the south side.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 No for me.
The motion passes 5-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to DRB 25-1080, 6788 Collins Avenue.
This is an application that's been filed requesting design review approval for modifications to the existing facade of a commercial shopping center. The interventions are relatively minor, including new aluminum structure to designate each storefront in a simulated wood finish, as well as incorporation of stucco finishes. Staff has supported the design. We are recommending that the stucco be painted a lighter color and that stucco incorporate some scoring details versus being a blank element. With that, we are recommending approval of the application, subject to the conditions in our draft final order.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ian Harbison. I'm the general contractor on file. I represent the applicant, also one of the applicant's assistants here, Ben Fishman. Currently, we want to get approval for replacing the facade. As you can see, right now, the facade is outdated. When it rains, water goes through the facade, falls on the customer while walking. The trusses is wood truss right now, and it's rotted, and we had to make some emergency repairs on the facade on the one-story plaza. With the new changes, we'll bring foot traffic and more customers to this plaza. Currently, this is the design we put together to enhance the plaza, to make it look appealing to the customer eyes. And it's also around the area also, it will update the area. The aluminum, as you can see, is in brown, and the gray stucco, as he recommended to be lighter. It is a Sherwin-Williams code. I have to find the code, but I did submit the code there. And this is the middle of the store, the plaza. It's gonna be, we gonna make the trusses to go about the plaza, when the height's finished, it should be about 22 feet. The middle of the plaza there. What else? Okay, here we go. This is the materials that we're gonna be using. It's a cement rock. It's based for this weather in Miami Beach. Also the aluminum planks, which is gonna be used in brown, in the like a brown color. This already went through the truss company that's building the trusses, is metal trusses, and these aluminum planks will be bolted on or screwed on to the trusses. Ben, you want to add anything to?
Sure. I'm the property manager and project director for this family office. It's three brothers. I've owned this for probably about 20 years. We have a violation on the facade that we've had probably for the last year and a half. We originally started to do the renovations on this and apply for permits, but when we realized just like fix what we have currently is an eyesore for the area. That's why we're in this stage right now get approval for this new design. So we could go ahead and we could continue with our plan, fixing up the shopping center, making it something that fits smoothly into Collins Avenue and something for community to enjoy and like. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Concludes your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Anybody online?
We do have one caller online, Marilyn Freudlich.
Does she need to be, no, not sworn in.
Yeah, she does need to be sworn in. Marilyn, are you there? She lowered her hand.
Okay. Then I'm going to close the public portion, open it up to the board for comment. Anyone want to begin? Anyone? Well, I think this is an improvement. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Yeah, improvement. And maybe this is just the presentation materials I'm looking at. Are you going to, I saw in your presentation that you're talking about that you're interested in enhancing the community in general. Are you going to be adding any greenery or shrubs or that sort of thing so it's not all asphalt?
Right, so we have a parking lot, and then for those middle column areas between handicap parking and by the Little Caesars, there's some grass. We are going to obviously go for permits to make the landscaping nicer. We have our architect working up a proposal now that we don't have to go to any board hearings for. It's just going to be, a regular permit, but to help with the garbage enclosure as well, to make that more nicer. And we have as well permits in place now to redo the parking lot in terms of asphalt, the sealant and the painting. So overall, this is just the biggest hurdle, just the facade approval. Everything else is just in a sense piggybacking on the rest of for the project to come together.
Okay, and so you haven't necessarily explored any ways to include any greenery or anything like that? Not necessarily, even just planters or?
It's something that we're doing after we have a approval for the facade and we can start working on the rest of the project. So that's going to be part of the master plan.
Michael, on this issue of the landscaping, it is a difficult property when you pass by there, especially in the conditions that it has been for years now. Landscaping would do a tremendous amount of enhancement, I believe, to the property, both within the parking lot and on the front, between the sidewalk and the parking lot.
The board would require that as part of the approval, that the applicant submit a landscape plan without reducing the parking, but incorporates appropriate hedging material and other landscaping where it can be provided on the site as part of this modification.
On the square footage of the property and the use, are they at the max of are they meeting their parking requirement and therefore cannot reduce any parking?
I don't know what I haven't looked at the analysis depending on the needs of the facility, but you could put a condition that if the parking requirement is exceeded, that they may be able to remove some parking spaces. I don't know if the owner wants to weigh in on that.
Right now, for the parking lot, I mean, we can use much more parking. It's high density, a lot of traffic. Our stores, most of them, I think, just have maybe two to three spots. We have an anchor tenant, which we have lease obligations in terms of providing square feet, parking spots. We have a BurgerFi that we have to contractually supply parking spots. So in general, to reducing our parking ratio would be detrimental for our tenants and for customers.
I would say,
if
I
could
feel,
just- I think for this project to be approved, in my opinion, it isn't just looking at the facade of the building, but also looking at the landscaping and taking a look at the parking lot.
Well, I
It
think you
should
can
include
incorporate
lighting,
hedging.
drainage, paving, obviously, and landscaping. And if you are currently at the max and you cannot, or at the minimum number of parking spaces required by code, then it is what it is. But I don't know how many parking spaces, based on this presentation, there are, and how many are required. I don't see any landscaping, and I think this is all part of a complete package that should be presented.
I just would like to say, I sat on the board of the Parking and Transportation Committee for 8 years. No one ever said in the city, please take away more parking, because it is a disaster for people. So I feel bad, these people have a broken building that they're refurbishing out of necessity rather than want, and to put additional requirements on them when they're just trying to make things work. This is not, strip malls do not really belong in Miami Beach, and to take even one single parking space away, to me, is criminal. So I would never force that on somebody.
I'm not proposing to take parking spaces away, but I think that's information we need, because landscaping in that parking lot in front would tremendously enhance the property that has been in disarray for many, many, many years. If parking lot can, if number of parking spaces can stay, I agree, we should keep them, because enough parking spaces can never be enough. But we do need, as an entire package to this strip mall that has been in disarray for many, many years, to now approve it piecemeal and not see the landscaping that goes with it, would not be my recommendation.
I think if you go to any redesign of that, you're gonna kick in all more code requirements, because they always change, and you end up with less parking spaces.
Well, and it should meet, the parking lot should meet the code requirements of lighting, drainage,
But I'm
paving,
just saying,
landscaping, whatever landscaping it requires.
What about just, because there are existing landscaping beds, there's just minimal there.
Yeah.
There needs to be landscaping at it. I mean, that has to be a condition of the approval or permitting. I mean, usually don't we have to have a landscape plan submitted with?
If
the
every
package?
property that is submitted for permitting, commercial and residential, requires a landscape architect to come in with a landscape plan, why isn't this one?
No, it doesn't, depending on the level of
A
interventions.
level of renovation, I agree.
Yeah.
But this is a commercial property on Collins Avenue, amongst very significant properties.
I think we could require, you could require, so looking at photos of the site now, there is a hedge along Collins Avenue. There are some landscape islands within the site. You could require that there be trees installed within those landscape islands, trees that can fit within the spaces. That would not result in the reduction of parking spaces, but would enhance the site by adding
I agree.
trees into
Yes,
those landscape
but
areas.
why isn't that plan presented? Maybe because it's not required based on the
It could be
frontage
done-
changes
it could
that
be-
they're
yeah,
making.
It could be done administratively, and I think it's a condition that the board could and should add.
If you promise that you will require
Yeah, we-
some height, because the landscaping that is there now is, I'm sorry, it's atrocious. And I commend you for, I'm sure with many code violations being cited, I commend you for finally taking the action of improving the site, the building frontage. but it's not just the building frontage, it's also the parking lot with drainage, lighting, and landscaping, if we really want to make a difference on this shopping mall.
I agree. Let me ask you a question too, of the lighting. There is some in your design, you are showing some storefronts have these
Yeah.
vertical lighting. What is that? Like, do you have a picture of the feet of what you're gonna use, or?
The wall lighting, no, we don't have the specific ones that we're gonna use there. We can supply those. We can have those emailed
And
to you.
was the intention was that for decorative interest, or was that supposed to illuminate? Because I'm assuming that the signs are gonna be illuminated or
Yes,
backlit.
yes.
So what was the idea behind those?
It's decorative. And also at the bottom of the walkway is gonna have lighting also for the customers.
The bottom of the walkway?
Yeah, like, you see where there's
Where the yellow
pedestrians
line
standing
is.
there? There's lights gonna be
Okay.
under there too.
Do you have a picture of that you can, up
No, I
there?
don't.
You're saying where the green line is on the curb?
No, where you see there's a lady or a guy standing in front of the storefront.
Yeah.
Under that walkway, there's lights also.
Under the walkway or along the bottom edge?
Well, the edge of the walkway here, and then also when you walk in here, it's gonna have lights.
On there?
It's gonna be lit up.
Recessed lights under the canopy?
Yes, a recessed light.
Ah, okay.
How do we deal with lighting as a board, just because this is new for me? Because I see sometimes it's sort of done at the staff level, but can we make our comments now like that?
Yes.
This is a lot of like, it's making it a little like, I don't know, kind of like a castle top or pickety to have all these that will distract from the lit signage. And I'm concerned a little bit about what that will look like in execution. And those, I assume those are just the aluminum blades that will be angle mounted to the stucco, which will look good, which I don't know exactly how the signage is gonna mount to that. It might have its own, bracket that will go back to the building, but I just
Yeah.
think we wanna make sure it stays clean and not.
And we will
not-
require
not
that,
lit, like, it has this castle type of turret look that I don't particularly love.
Okay. I agree with the lighting. It does, and I was thinking that too, that it would conflict with whatever signage the tenant needs for their own store. If anything, maybe put lights on the columns or something that, gives light to the area, as opposed to, yeah, I think it'd just be there's gonna be a lot of visual clutter with all the signs and the lights and the aluminum and the gray and
And the sconces
and the
that
scon-
are
yes.
on the gray portions, like
Yeah.
if you lit the let's say the columns of pilasters nicely along the bottom and then the signage is lit above, it would be much cleaner, I think.
Do you have any thoughts about maybe if you're feeling like this is very castle-like, refining it in some way? Or, would you want to make that the condition of the approval?
I don't,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't know the exact detail. I just think it's the lights that are drawing the attention to the top. Otherwise, I think it'll be,
Okay.
I think it should be fine.
I personally, again, I just think that we're looking at one element of this project, and it shouldn't just be the stucco in gray and the wooden metal-like slats. I think it's far more than that. It includes lighting in the building, lighting in the parking area. It includes landscaping, it includes drainage. That parking lot, at least last time I was there, had drainage issues in some areas. So I think we need to see a complete package, because by the end of this whole project, it may conflict or be totally different than what is before us today.
This seems pretty straightforward to me, though.
Well,
they're
we
just
don't
sort of
have
adding-
anything. We have very
Is
little.
there any lighting in the parking lot?
Yeah, so there's 2 poles inside the parking lot area. We're actually mid-permit for that right now in terms of just making it better. we have two poles, two risers. On each one of them, halfway through, there's 2 lights. So there's a total of 4 lights per pole. So we're getting 8 totally on the parking lot. And we also have in the garbage enclosure, that area of BurgerFi. So in theory, part of this design, if you want to take away those lights on the castle-looking area, that's not going to be in any detriment to the lighting of the parking lot. It's completely fine. We actually just got the photometric for our parking lot right now, and it definitely meets the minimum of I think it was 4 candles, something like that in height. It meets that for sure, and so that's taken care of. Regarding the drainage, that was an issue.
I'm sorry, on the lighting that you said in the parking lot, are those new lighting poles that you're putting in?
The poles that are pre-existing.
Existing?
It's just it went from it's updated LED fixtures, which we're in the process of the permit for that.
How old are those poles, do you know?
I don't know. Can't comment on that.
This is part of what I'm saying. We're renovating, but we're keeping things that are not very desirable or have been there for a while. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to bash the property, but I think the property can be improved significantly and deserves to be improved, not just with the facade on the top of the, by the roof line or on the top of the storefronts. I think it requires a lot more than that. I think the city has waited a long time. I would imagine that code has done a lot of violations on the site for a variety of things. Can you say if that's correct or not?
Yes, correct. I think it's a life safety issue personally at this point. The facade is not in great shape. There's pieces that are actually falling off, which we did emergency repair on this past weekend. So, I mean, yeah, we're taking time. It was getting everything planned, everything the ducks lined up for the design review board hearing. But other than that, we have an architect that did a garbage enclosure, which helps the parking, which helps the whole entire shopping center.
Purposes.
Everything else does not need to have a design approval in terms of redoing the walkway.
No, I mean, usually lighting is part of the DRB approval.
I think-
Lighting, landscaping, all of those things are what we
Is the
approve.
project currently, or the property currently before the special master?
Yes.
Okay, so what I don't want, what I would not recommend is for us to be a Band-Aid of partial enhancement to this property. Obviously, if it's gone before the special master, it's been issues existing, as I can recall, for a quite number of years. So even waiting for a design review board to see this, by the time you submit it to planning, all of that, you could have also submitted a landscaping, parking lot design with lighting, and all-encompassing to properly address all of the issues surrounding the property. I understand you have structural issues from what you're saying, but they've been in place. If you are before the special master, they've been in place for, unfortunately, many, many months, possibly years.
Can I offer one solution here to help move forward, but also keep under the purview the landscaping and lighting before the DRB? So an option that the board could do, they could approve the modifications to the storefront and require that prior to the issuance of a building permit for those renovations, that the board approve revised landscape design and revised lighting design. So I think the board could approve now changes to the facade and the signage, including not illuminating the simulated wood elements for the signage, and that the overall lighting package come back to the board along with the landscaping
And
prior to the.
signage.
Well, the signage is, it's going to be subject to each individual tenant coming in. I mean, we're going to make sure that there's no raceways, so that they incorporate all those transformer elements behind the walls. But at least it would give them an approval today for something, and we would then continue that landscaping and lighting to a future agenda so they don't have to renotice it. So that would give them something moving forward, but knowing that they're not going to be able to get a permit for building permit until the DRB approves the revised lighting and landscaping. That's
And,
one
and
alternative.
drainage, and the whole parking lot.
Do
And-
we usually
and
do drainage?
Well,
Or
the
is
board
that?
is
That's
not,
part of the parking
the
code.
board is not going to review we're not reviewing the drainage.
Yeah, but in
that's
part
not
of
really-
redoing the parking lot, the parking code does require that parking lots have proper drainage.
Right, but the
We
board.
don't have a
Proper
drainage
lighting.
issue. We
So-
have
I
a
would-
drainage issue. It was, we did a hydrojet on it 7 months
So
ago.
it's been okay.
It's been, yeah, it's more than
Okay.
fine.
But I
All
would,
right.
so I would suggest if the board takes the direction to review the lighting, then I would suggest, because I see right now there's a couple of really tall light poles with big lights aiming down. I would suggest removing those and putting smaller light fixtures at 10 or 12 feet, more dispersed throughout the lot, so you don't have these large,
Pedestrian.
right, more pedestrian scale lighting. So if that's the direction of the board, then I'll leave it up to the board to decide.
And this
what-
would, the approval today of the facade would include the improvement to or the correction to the structural problems that you're having that are also before the special master.
Right.
Okay.
Is the applicant okay with that in terms of the procedures? It would, if the board approves the application today, it would require you to come back before the board in a month or two, probably a couple of months, to present a landscape plan and lighting plan for the board to review.
I'll take what I can get.
I have to say though, with the park, the cities, they have to have a certain light capacity.
Right, I mean, I'm, to your point, like, there's no light, I'd like to see what the light fixtures look like. I think
I don't know.
part of Myra's point is if you're gonna redo it, like, redo it.
do
You know,
it.
like, really don't have a brand-new, newly renovated building and then have these light fixtures from 1997. You know, they're really gonna stand out, and adding light fixtures and a little bit nice, and elevating the landscaping, I mean, that's not a major investment or, you know, but it's gonna enhance the building. And, you know, I agree with Myra, I don't feel comfortable. I mean, what you presented is a significant improvement, but it's all in the details. And if you really want to meet your goals, then, you know, having upgraded lighting, upgraded landscaping is what's gonna finish this off.
Myra?
Michael, I would also, I'm sorry, add a caveat that we confirmed with parking or building that the drainage problem has been addressed and resolved, and that it meets the current code for drainage for a parking lot.
I don't know, I mean, that's going to be, we're not going to, no one's going to go out there and verify unless they got a violation. We're not
We
going
had a
to.
violation and cleared it up.
Okay, so maybe you can provide evidence of that violation.
For drainage?
Yeah, it hasn't been hydrojetted, and it was hydrojetted, and for the last 7 months, we had a lot of rain, and nothing happened. It's been great.
So that you can provide documentation of that for the next meeting.
So Myra, are you supportive of Michael's?
I'm in support of properly improving the site, and if it requires you to get approval on this today so that you can meet the code violations that have, and the special master requirements that have been in existence for months and years, then so be it, with the caveat that in a month or two, the rest of the project come forward to this board, which would include landscaping, lighting, and confirmation that the drainage has been resolved. And any additional signage that, I don't know if you have signage out, I don't recall, out on the street, or it's just above? Okay, because I know only one sign is allowed per storefront.
Yes, I would suggest that if the board approves the application today, not including the lighting, but including the modifications to the storefront, and then continue a landscape plan and lighting plan, including confirmation that the drainage has been fixed, to the July 10th meeting.
I'll
Yep.
move that.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I think one of us has to make that motion, or?
I'll make the motion
Okay.
and I'll move it and Myra will second.
So we're going to take two motions. The first is going to be to approve with those conditions, and then we're going to continue the application so they can present the, continue the portion of the application for landscaping and lighting to the July meeting.
And bring the drainage.
The drainage, right. So, all in favor of that first motion?
Aye.
Aye. And then can I get a second motion?
Thank you.
Just to continue the application formally?
So I'll move this to have a continuance for July.
And that would be for the landscape plan to be presented, the lighting plan, as well as confirmation that the drainage has been corrected.
Correct.
And that'd be for the July 10th meeting.
Is that, do you think you can do that by that point? Yeah.
I'll move that.
We get a second on that?
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Do
opposed?
you, oh, no.
That passes 6-0.
Do you have a good sense of what we're asking to see next time in
Yes.
terms of, yeah?
You guys should meet with staff. We'll go over what we're going to expect in terms of a landscape plan and lighting plan, and then have that presented for us formally in about 6 weeks, so we can submit it to the board for the July meeting.
Thank you.
We also need
And
to set up
I think also that
deadlines
Myron
so
mentioned
they
for
can-
the
they can
landscaping,
submit the
maybe to
plan.
have multiple, you know, levels and not like this squared off hedge that you can still see the dirt.
Okay.
So, yeah, layers.
It should be a landscaping plan done by a landscape architect,
Yeah.
where different layering of plant, trees, palms, or whatever, a middle layer and then a ground cover layer.
Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Good
Okay.
luck.
Sunday, May, final for July, no, it's already the original.
Okay. We're now moving on to our last item. DRB 24-1072, 299 72nd Street. Applicants here.
Give me just a second, I'll tee this up. So again, this is DRB 24-0172 for 299 72nd Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story community complex with a parking garage, library, community center, aquatic center, fitness center, retail, multipurpose fields, and jogging track, including variances to modify the clear pedestrian path requirements, reduced habitable floor requirements, reduced habitable depth requirements, remove the driveway and vehicle access limitation, reduce setback for surface parking, and removal of upper-level residential or commercial requirement for main-use parking garages. Now, the proposed community center features a contemporary design which is compatible with other recent construction in the North Beach Town Center. It includes a surrounding fitness loop with active green space with 2 soccer fields on the east side. However, the plan to remove the mature seed grape canopy trees along Collins Avenue is a concern the staff has expressed as part of this application. I believe the applicant is going to present revised plans today that show that they have incorporated those seed grape trees. Along the building's north elevation along 73rd Street, which includes retail near Collins, there are portions of the facade that are dominated by blank stucco walls. We are recommending that the applicant add some windows or articulation along those blank portions of 73rd Street. The western side, which is adjacent to the high voltage lines, has a garage screened with blue polycarbonate mesh. Staff is recommending for the development of that mesh to be incorporated as public art in order to add some visual components and interest. Regarding the southern frontage along 72nd Street, which features the lobby, library, community center, and pool access, the applicant is asking for a variance regarding the entrance of the garage, which is along a Class A street. However, this does align with Harding Avenue. We are supportive of this request. Now, due to the power lines, tree planting is limited on the site, including on the west side and parts of the north and south sides. We do believe that the applicant has presented plans that address and help mitigate the variances that have been requested. The applicant has well-developed plans that outline each of the variance requests, so let the applicant go through each of those, and we are supportive of the variances as requested and are recommending approval in accordance with the draft final order. I'll turn it over to the applicant for the presentation, the consultant.
Before we continue, I believe some of you were sworn in, but perhaps some of you were not in the room when we were doing sworn in the morning.
More than happy to swear in.
Yeah, I'll just do it really quickly.
We did the second round when you did.
Yeah,
I'll be
just
fine to do it again.
yeah, just to be sure. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah. Okay. And Madam Chair, I know that this application, okay, she's a little distracted. No, it's okay. This application may be a little hefty, so would you like to give them a little more than 10 minutes, or? Would you
Yes,
like to
I mean,
request?
whatever you need, you're the
Appreciate
last ones. It's not even noon, and I know that we're gonna have questions. There's a lot to this, I agree.
Yes.
So, yes.
Perfect, I appreciate it. And thank you very much. I'm Ariel Guitian, I represent the city, the CIP department. Before I turn it over, I know that Michael provided you a synopsis of what the project includes. I would like to add that back in December of this year, last year, the city asked us to add an additional flooring with an activated floor rooftop with the pickleball. So besides, we increased the parking spaces from 500 to a little over less than 600 with the pickleball activated rooftop. In January, we did meet with the CRA, the North Beach CRA stakeholders, and we did present it. It was a favorable presentation. And we did do an outreach for the community in February. We did get favorable presentation. The comment that was received was they wanted to keep the sea grapes along Collins Avenue to be incorporated into the project. So the plans that you have been updated to incorporate those concerns or ask of the residents. So with that being said, I'll turn it over to the consultant, Jason from Watermaker Jensen. He'll provide you that presentation on the updated renderings that we have for you.
Thank you. So Jason Jensen, CEO of Wanamaker Jensen Architects, and with me is Natalia Livian, and we have Rafael Labrado and Gianno Fioli. So we have a team for any of the questions because it is a very in-depth project. I just want to make sure we can present the. All right, great. Obviously, a lot of work has come to get to this point, many years, and this iteration is really working to provide that community amenity, meet budget, all of those concerns in an elegant solution. So we're excited to present the 72nd Community Complex, and it is exactly that, a community complex. You heard all of the program that goes into it, obviously incredibly complex to have all of those pieces work well together. We are exceeding the GOP and DCP program goals. That's a mandate for this project. Meeting the project budget is certainly figuring out where the pieces go in the most economical, but also to take the most advantage of the views, the sustainability, all of those factors incorporated into that along with the budget. Balancing that parking with the community program needs. I think this is quite an elegant solution to hide parking, to essentially provide a park that cascades over parking and promotes sustainability through the project, harmonize the resilient. The project is harmonizing with the streets along the side. And the heart of the community, we describe this project as the living room for the community, the place that you go when you don't have a specific purpose or destination. We want to provide that intergenerational amenity for this surrounding community. What's beautiful is this connects this greenway. I describe it as a gateway. So when you're driving on Collins, placing that park right on the edge of that street and then echoing the park that's directly across the street provides this green gateway to this community. So along with the other properties, this completes this recreational corridor from east to west, from water to water, and takes out what was surface parking and hides that with all of these amenities. So the access to this site, as we close in a little bit closer, we're keeping all the pedestrian connections on the corners. The north side, we have strong connections because that is a very popular corridor for pedestrians crossing over to the beach. And there's an existing curb cut where we're making that curb cut on the south side on 72nd. That is where the existing curb cut is, and we're eliminating one curb cut that was on 73rd. So in blue is where that curb cut is. When you see this looking from the beach to the west, you start to see how this connects with the green across the street. You see some of the architecture connecting to some of the other park structures within that entire corridor. And then also making sure that everything has a view to this direction. So the cascading works to allow every program to have a view. So I'm going to walk you up each level of this, starting with the green space. So you can see there were a tremendous amount of trees along that corridor on Collins, and that what we're showing in that dark green, we're saving all of those trees. It really embraces the green space that is open as a lawn that can be really programmed in a lot of different ways. This is going to support the pool upstairs. They have lots of tents, for example, for some of the meets. And some of those large stairs that you see are needed for egress, but they also allow this space to be connected by just one level to allow all those teams and functions to work together. But then it also allows the community to use this for marketplace, for pickup soccer, allows Parks and Rec to use this space. Having that on that first level, I think, is a real opportunity to program that for the community. As you move around the space, we have enlarged the sidewalk on the perimeter, so we've gone from, I believe, 6 to 10 feet on 72nd, and then we've added this other fitness loop. So you see this other loop that goes around inside of that perimeter. So we're not forcing people just to walk along the street edge. We give them an entire fitness loop that they can recreate on. And then we are going to provide as much landscape as possible in those corridors with the FPL considerations. We're still going to provide as much as we can that's understory and low plantings in those areas. So the south, the west, and the north are predominantly in that corridor. As we move up, in orange is a retail component. Holding that edge, again, that's where you will walk by as you're going across the street. Most people are walking through that corridor. So that will also support, we mentioned those tents and events that are happening on the lawn. It provides support for that as well, anchors that corner. And then on the south side, you have the library component. It was important to that component that they be on that southwest corner. So as you have that corridor and connection across the street to the recreation center, you have that available as well. The dark blue is the lobby space, so that is connecting all of your program spaces. Obviously the parking, you see the connection to the parking, having that move around the first level and tying some of those other components like storage and even the aquatics mechanical area in that light blue, all in that first level, so it's easily accessible. As we move up, we have a second layer of the library on that southwest corner. They have an outdoor component at each level, so they can break out from the interior onto a porch feature in those areas. And then we have a simple garage structure beside that. As we move up another level, in yellow, we have the community center, and then the blue is the aquatics. But again, these are working really together. Instead of having these components sprinkled, allows them to really work consistently together. Say when you have a meet, you also need some community rooms to help service that, for example. So that there's a lot of synergy happening in that middle space. If you're a participant for the pool, you access the pool directly. The locker rooms are on that level. But if you are a spectator, we're moving up one level, you have fitness and you have an outdoor seating on that upper level so that the spectators and participants are separated, but everybody gets a view of the water. That's the key here. The spectators are looking over the pool is looking over the parking, sorry, not the parking, but the park, and allow everybody to have a strong view. And then we move up to the final level, and you have the pickleball. This is convertible parking, so when you have an event that has a lot of parking needs, obviously you're not doing pickleball. We would have removable bollards at that point, so you can change that as you need to. But on a day-to-day basis, with lower parking needs, there's never a low parking need, but a lower parking need, you can activate that. And then we know there are some taller buildings coming into the neighborhood. This allows every surface that you see to be treated in some way from the air. So this allows you to see how that cascading effect works, and you see the density along Collins that we've maintained. We completely support that as well. You see the access from the left-hand side. We have some columns that are acting almost as a brise-soleil for the parking to hide that entry a little bit. That stairwell comes and brings you up, and you can come directly to the community center front door and to the aquatics. And you can also connect to that park area. You have some seating along the fitness trail for the park, so that's all shaded as well. You see the angles that we're working within the project. Those are all for definite reasons. They all point to the water for a view purpose, and then if you track the sun, they're also helping to shade and keep the windows where they need to be for a view standpoint, but protect them as much as possible. And you see on that upper level how the spectators work with the participants coming on that lower level of the pool deck. There is the main pool. If you just remember a little bit, there's a main pool and a warm-up pool. The warm-up pool is also more of a recreational pool, so it has some recreational features. And we have a separation on the pool deck that you can run those simultaneously. So if it's a small event, you can keep that open to the public. If it's a larger event, you can use the full warm-up, depending on, just allows it to be scaled. We'll move around the building. You can see the entry to lobby, to the parking that aligns with the road across the street. The levels as you move up, the library, community center, fitness. Move around the corner. This is that southwest corner. So you have the library, you have those essential open porch areas. You have the community center that has an open porch area, all glass that can open up to those areas on that corner, and some of your egress there. The blue is a placeholder. We're going to come back to you with our Art in Public Place proposal. We have 7 different artists that have submitted for this, so we're really excited about the level of artists that we've received. So everything that you see in blue, that screening, this is the one screening today that we don't have to go over because we are going to bring that back to you. So move around the building. This is the northwest corner. Again, we're bringing some of that, anticipate that artist working around that corner. And then as we come down to the lower level, you can see the level of planting. You can see how we're harmonizing to the next level, but we're planting all of the slopes with that and staggering that as we go up to the building. Some of the signage opportunities. You see the glass as that's facing towards the water. And then keeping in mind what this looks like at night. So every time we're showing a picture, we'll show back and forth between the daytime and nighttime for this. So on the corner with the library community center, now what that could look like at night. And we'll just keep moving around that northwest corner. Yeah, accentuating some of the patterns in the glass, stairwell. Because I will say because of the pool deck, there's a tremendous amount of egress in this facility, so that's why there are the significant large stairs. If you were wondering, if that is fully loaded, then we would need to be able to egress from that. This is the retail component, so we're using that pool deck to provide some additional shade and opportunities for that retail area. You see how that corner would look at night. And then from the park side, then along that park you have that seating, you have the walkway that's coming, fitness trail that's coming by that facade, so we're keeping that all lit from the building as well. This is a good view that shows all of those views heading towards the water. And really ties in some of the scale also as it comes down to the water. It's breaking down the scale You have some of the larger buildings that are on that west side, and then there are a couple taller buildings that are coming in on the south side of this project. See, the site has a strange shape to it. We just happen to be at that nexus of the roadways, and this building is reacting to those and nestled within that, but a lot of the shape and consideration for this is to allow the most green space on the site and collect that green space and make sure that we don't have anything blocking views from one of the other programs. One of the GeoBond requirements was to have those particular spaces in particular locations vertically to allow them to have views over the project. So with that, we'll open it up for questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
Good afternoon or good morning. How are you today? My name is Daniel Veitia, North Beach resident, and heavily involved in a lot of these projects that have been taking place in North Beach. This is the single most largest GeoBond project that was approved by the community. It is an important project for our community, and we have gone through a very long process to get to this point. As you heard the presenter mention several times, it mentioned budget, 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 so I understand there are certain budget constraints. I will limit my comments to one concern, Harding Avenue. We have an amazing award-winning town center code. You have implemented and enforced that code on all of the brand new buildings that are being constructed. I see no reason to hold back on the fact that this is a community building and not address it. I do understand they're going to be coming back to you with some alternatives and considerations for dealing with a 55-foot wall, single block long wall, but that massing it's big, you know, and we have to balance budget and we have to maintain design. You can listen to all the time deliberation you had on your other projects today, which were much smaller and less impactful than this. So I'm curious to hear how you're going to suggest to the city on how to deal with this wall along the side. I don't know that architectural cladding is the single only objective. We already heard the constraints with regards to landscaping. That is a physical constraint. They are very heavy power lines across this route, but we still need to find a balance. You know, we need to find a way that when you're coming down Harding Avenue and look at the angle, you're gonna see that wall. So we know it's going to be there. We need to see what we can do. You also see the nighttime view. You saw how amazing they dealt with all the other facades and all the lighting and the change. And once again, you look at Harding and it's impactful. So, you know, I'd like the board to really focus. You know, this is a community project. It's a city project. We have design standards. It's not the normal application in front of you. And we also need to be able to move forward with this 30% design so we don't delay this project. So it's a balancing act, and I'm relying on all of you here today to do your best to address your comments on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members? Any other
And
members?
there's nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay. Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion. Myra?
Yeah, so.
Oh, you know what? Gabriel's about to leave,
Gabriel.
so
Okay,
please.
I'm about to leave. My concern is really the power lines. Is there any way of grounding them, putting them underground, and I don't see them anywhere on the design. So are you telling me that you're putting them on the ground?
No, sir. The city a few years ago did explore. The lines originally ran through the property itself. In order to develop the property and construct the building, we had to relocate those FP&L lines. It was explored to do it underneath the ground, but it would have been in excess of $20 to $30 million to do so.
And these are high transmission line, not just normal power lines. so high
Correct, yeah,
transmission
these are
lines.
the transmission line that runs
Right.
north to south from the surf side down to the city and back and forth. So if the city elected they elected to go ahead and reroute it the way we have it now, was roughly about $1.5 million, less than two. That was the reason it was all constrained for money.
So you're telling me that it cannot be done?
Well, I can't say cannot, I'm just saying it's funding, it's a cost-related funding component to it.
It can be done. It's costly.
There you go.
And several partners have to be brought to the table to pitch in on the cost. The Parking Enterprise
That's something that we
Fund,
should start looking for in the future
FPL.
because we can't, you know,
It's a lot. It's,
City.
again, it was all about funding.
And Harding, is it a county or, I don't remember if it's a county or a FDOT? Oh, yeah, so
FDOT.
FDOT can be brought to the
Sure.
table to share
Yeah,
in
there's
that
a
cost.
bunch of elements there, so yes, that was, but we did explore it.
thank you.
Okay, Myra, you started.
Yes, so continuing on his thought of the undergrounding, I think it's something that needs to be further explored. Harding being a state road, that's the primary person to contact for funding of this. And I know it's difficult, the relationships with FDOT. I understand that it's very difficult. But if we're going to invest this much money on a project that has been in thought since the 90s, then we need to do it completely. The library that you're proposing on the first floor with the 3,900 square feet, is that displacing then the library, the little library we have further up on Collins Avenue?
That is correct. The city,
Okay.
City of Miami Beach does have an agreement with the
Miami-Dade
County
Public
Library
Library.
to relocate that facility on 75th Street to this facility here on
Okay.
75th. And the square footage is roughly about 7,500 in two stories.
2 stories.
And we've been in communication with
And
the
I assume
Miami-Dade County.
Miami-Dade County Library System is funding the interior.
It is fully funded by the city, is part of the agreement.
What's going to happen to the library? I mean, is that a part of
That,
The library on the
this?
75th Street?
Yeah, the current one.
We're just relocating, this project's only relocating the library to this site.
that city
What's gonna happen
property,
there,
and
that
so
will
is
be
the
us.
parking lot adjacent to it.
Correct.
But the library system should be paying for the interiors of this library as they did for the regional library on 22nd Street when it was built. My thought.
Understood.
The community center you show on the 4th floor, is that for seniors, for what will be the programming idea behind the need for that
That will be
community center?
multi-purpose. I mean, it's not only for seniors, it's for all events, really, that the city would like to have there. So
Okay, because there's also a community center to the east, and there's another one to the west.
But yeah, it was always envisioned to be a multi-function, multi-use.
So the Parks Director and the Parks Board
Would-
requested that
correct.
this be incorporated.
I
In
can
the,
speak to that a little bit. Just on the community center, when it's being used as aquatics complex or for Parks and Rec, you know, they absolutely need that overflow space to be able to run those events. But those events are events. So the in between that they're designed to be intergenerational, to be able to be rented out, to be able to serve any of those purposes, and we are coordinating with Parks and Rec.
They're just going to be open rooms, or is there any other structure?
There's rooms, there's support spaces, there's some office space in there, and how it's designed is that all of the vertical circulation ties everything together. So I wouldn't see these as unrelated. I would say you have some community rooms and you have fitness room, and you may have yoga downstairs and go up and use the fitness room, and then you may go take a swim. Yeah, so because they're not dispersed anymore, we've really consolidated them. You have one large, it really embodies the community complex idea that they're all connected.
the water, the pools, one is a main pool and the other one is a warm-up pool that can both be. The main pool, I assume, is for the meets?
Yes, it's a
Okay.
competition pool.
Was there any thought in doing a water feature pool like you have on Normandy and Normandy Pool, I guess?
We're following
And
the
at
program
Flamingo.
from the GOB, which originally called for a competition pool and a recreational type of pool.
All right, so that GOB is decades old?
Excuse-
And the GOB is
Uh-huh.
decades old?
Uh-huh.
So has there been any discussion with the Parks Board, Parks and Recreation Board and the Parks Director to see if this would be a nice amenity in this area? Because we do have one in Normandy, but it basically services that community up there to the west, and then we have one in Flamingo Park. And both are widely used. That's why I'm bringing it up. If you can explore it, I know you're in the midst of, this is just a preliminary phase, so.
We can certainly bring them up, but.
My concern too was related to that. Can you, as part of that, can you also expand upon, you keep mentioning the meats and how is this going to be used? Because I too was thinking back to this original Geobond concept and how this has gotten much more. And so how is this, what are going to be some of the more operational?
If I could speak, it's not just a competition pool. There's features in that recreational pool that are directly for younger ages. There's also augmentation features that you can add to that pool to allow that to be more playful, to be more of that community pool. We also have a movable floor in a portion of it. So from lesson standpoint, you can make it correct height to do swim lessons in. So there's a lot of features in that that I wouldn't classify this as a strictly competition location. It's meant to be used at other times and really be energized throughout the week with all types of swimmers. So it's what the bells and whistles that you add to that really make the difference on that feature, and that has all been certainly discussed in a focus of Parks and Rec.
And as you say that, a few minutes ago, we said we didn't have enough money for undergrounding of utilities. And yet we're doing 2 pools when there are already several pools for meets in Miami Beach, both at Flamingo and at the youth center. And even at Normandy Park, the one on Normandy, if it still has that name. So I think there is some programming that needs to be considered as to how we are going to utilize these pools, and can there be something else done more efficiently so that we don't have these 2 bodies of water sitting on a roof that, one, at least tends to be quite expensive if you have a movable floor on it. So I don't know that we need that extent. I've been very much involved with Parks and Recreation over the years. And I very much have used the parks and the community centers. And I will tell you that redundancy appears to exist right now with these 2 pools. The other thing I will tell you is that Harding Avenue, or this complex, and first I should have started by saying I commend you. It's a beautiful structure. I don't necessarily like that green. It reminds me of Publix. I love Publix, but it does remind me of Publix a little bit. So, but
it is the city colors.
But yeah. We also have blue. It's so a beautiful facility in the waiting for this for decades again. But there's one thing missing. The park, the youth center to the north, I'm sorry, to the west, holds a playground. It holds the baseball fields, which are highly used with a lot of children. And it holds the tennis center, also highly used, and a youth center, basketball and whatever else they do in there, ceramics, and yet no parking. The parking lot is a little sliver on the southwest corner that fills up. So what happens is the people that go to that youth center for whatever event, they have to park into the residential area. They get ticketed. It's limited. They get ticketed because it's residential parking. Because most of the buildings there do not have parking. They're older buildings with no parking except on the street. Has there been any thought for the communication of the youth center on the west and this new facility on the east to communicate via a bridge over Harding so that children can safely, the parents can safely park in the new building and cross that bridge into the baseball fields, into the tennis centers, into the playground, and into the community center that's there?
From a CIP point of view, I have not been aware of any communication or overhead communication between both facilities. So at this time, I can't
Can
say
it
that
be
I have heard one.
explored? Because I will tell you that it's dangerous for parents with children, and some of them are quite small, some of them are teenagers, to cross Harding Avenue. It's,
I
you know,
completely
it's,
agree.
it probably has more traffic than Collins Avenue. It's a 4-lane road. And even though it's curved, it's a problem.
Actually, the bigger issue is the FPL. We can't do a pedestrian bridge there underneath those power lines from that proximity. So that's actually the controlling factor beyond, a funding mechanism. But if those weren't there, and adding that, I agree. I think there could be, some exploration with FDOT on some additional signaling, warning,
The signaling is not the issue. There is signaling.
Yeah.
It doesn't help. It's the amount of traffic and the speed that goes by there.
I don't disagree.
And it is dangerous, highly dangerous. I don't know what the level of service on that intersection is. I don't know if it's a F at this point or a D, but it's awful and it's dangerous. And yet it's all parks and recreation, and we don't have communication between the two buildings for safety purposes.
I can surely
I will
mention-
communicate it to
I
building
appreciate
up
it.
there.
No, it's good. This is a good forum for those sort of concerns.
You know,
I think
the
you tie
idea when the youth center was done is that we would do some sort, and actually some of the renderings included a bridge to this eventual facility that you've designed. Because the one on the west has no parking, and that's where the smaller children are gonna go.
I think we tie that together with the FPL issue because they kind of tied together logistically.
Thank you.
Thank you. very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Scott?
God, I don't even know where to start.
Sorry.
No, I think you guys addressed a lot of things with this one building. It very well thought out, I think. You guys took a lot of things into consideration. Love the stairs, love all that. Myra, I gotta tell you, FPL, we made on the Venetian Causeway, the power lines, they paid to bury them, the individual people. 4 or 5 years ago, they paid $500,000, which they're still not buried. So I think that's not gonna ever happen in our lifetime.
Scott, I've been dealing with FPL since 1993. I unfortunately still deal with them, and to make matters worse, I have to also deal with FDOT. So I agree with you. It's
Yeah, I
pie
just-
in the sky, but it needs to be addressed. FPL and FDOT need to be brought to the table in the city and do what needs to be done. Because
Okay.
meanwhile, we have deep pockets in this city. We spend a lot of money on these projects. We require people to spend a lot of money on developments. When they come before this board, we look at their designs. FPL and FDOT need to come to the table. Collins Avenue is undergrounded.
Okay, so other than that, the wall that Daniel spoke about, that's not this, is that the wall you're looking for the artwork?
Yes.
Yes, so the artwork hasn't been presented there, said they were gonna bring many options to it. At this point, what are you saying? Because is that the only thing you're objecting to right now? I just have to ask because, listen, this is like a puzzle with a lot of problems,
No,
and I
this-
think they
this
solved
is-
most of them.
This is a puzzle that's been 10 years and.
Yeah.
And if we go the wrong way, we delay this project, the community doesn't get anything.
Yeah, exactly.
And North Beach needs this project. That's what I'm saying, balance. It's a tough one. And I'm just saying art in itself, I'm not telling you break up the massing. We're gonna have a wall. There's no doubt about it. I need the maximum amount of parking space. City did an amazing job finding another 100 parking spaces. You have no idea. Maybe you do, but the
I do.
balancing act that the city
I
has
do
done
with
on this
parking,
project
yes.
is amazing.
Yes.
We all wanted the Heskel project. We don't
Right.
have another $100 million to spend. So what can we do from lighting, landscaping, the types of elements that are used, you know, just, I know you guys are great, just.
So
we need to
I
do
think
something.
back, remember
It may
the.
not be addressed today, but bring, I know they're bringing it back to the board,
Right.
but try to give them some direction if you feel it's warranted. I'll be here when they bring the art back, but art put on top of this mesh is probably not it. I'm not familiar with it, but is there different types of meshes? What's the longevity of this? The city has maintenance issues to deal with that aren't normal for other projects, so it's important.
If it makes you feel any better, that was actually one of my, that facade was one of my comments too, that you did such a good job on, do you mind if I?
No, go right ahead.
You did such a good job on all the other facades with movement and dimension. I mean, granted, this is a large property, but it was something that stood out to me, how flat that side was, and I do think, again, I don't know what it is, but that was going to be one of my comments anyway. And I agree that art can be, again, like you guys can work your magic, but if there's something, it doesn't need to be, 40-foot niches. But I do agree with that comment that there needs to be some sort of movement on that side.
If I could just say that the mesh material even is a placeholder, for that. From the submissions, just to speak to the variety, all of them, we had a pre-meeting with all of them, and we pushed those same recommendations. We want it to be dimensional. We want it to be varied. We want it to break up the facade and not be homogeneous. So all of your comments, we feel as well, and were spoken in those, and what we received back were many different materials, but all of them were dimensional. So I'm very hopeful that a lot of these will be able to be addressed in the next one, and will add a flavor. It is a large scale. Fortunately, that road is a faster paced road, so you see that in that faster pace, and by it being angled, you see it at that condition. But all of those comments are completely relevant and will be the focus of that process.
I mean, there's remember the Fontainebleau wall with that amazing thing?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
when that
How
went
cool
away,
would
we
it
were
be
so sad.
to have that like Tremblay, view of the bandshell and the beach and all of these amazing, but the difference with that is that you're not going to see it as much.
Yeah, you were going right into it. But anyway, I have hope. I think that since that's coming back to us, your comments are well taken, and I think we're all on the same page with that. And I'm sure they are too, after
Absolutely,
doing
yes,
all
we
this
are.
stuff. They don't want to have a
Yeah.
stupid
That's the reason why
wall
we
ruining
put a
the whole thing.
placeholder.
And then I'm
for that.
sure we'll have lighting, some amount of lighting or some lighting to bring it out at night, and maybe even till during the day, I don't know.
I mean, the rest of Myra's comments, the pools and stuff, I mean, listen, I think it's an absolute disgrace that Miami Beach does not have world-class swimming facilities. I mean, I've heard that over and over. So I'm sure you've already gone through the process of the pool situation, correct? Like, this has been through a lot of vetting and
Yes, sir.
talking and fighting, and I'm sure. So, like, I think
We've
we need
held
to-
meets for the AAU since the 1980s at Flamingo Park, the Scott Raker Youth Center. Now we have it at Flamingo Park and at Normandy. So it may not be for the Olympics, but we don't necessarily can host the Olympics.
No, I have relatives and friends in other states and cities. We have one of the least swimming cultures in the most swimming environments.
Community.
It's pathetic. So but this is not our thing at this point. I think we need to focus on what we need to focus on. And to me, the wall was the big thing. I mean, the rest of it, I think you guys thought so much into this. Like, I love the stairs, the big stairs. I think that's amazing. The trees are back, so happy with that. I don't think we're gonna get the power lines buried, Myra. Even if we had $30 million and gave it to FPL, I bet they wouldn't be buried in our lifetime.
Well,
So,
we got Collins Avenue buried years ago, even before it was an issue. But I agree,
I just wanna get it done. I know
These
these
functions
people are
are
desperate.
outside of us as Design Review Board. But we're more into, we're dealing with a design, and it's a beautiful design. And it'll keep on it's a living design. It'll keep on making some changes. However, besides design, it has to be functional. If it's not functional, then it's not good. As beautiful as the design may be, functionality is extremely important.
My understanding, just to refresh me, that the undulation is not going to be in the structure. It will be whatever the applied screen design / artwork.
That's correct. It's it's a very efficient structure that's below it, and then we're able to create that depth within the artwork armature.
And it's a permeable facade.
Correct. I don't want to. We have 7 proposals, so all of them are permeable in some way. Some are more thin structures. Some are flexible structures. So yeah, when we bring it back, we'll bring all of that detail, materials, openness to it. But when you see it from different angles, everything that we've looked at, you'll have a different shadow pattern as you move around it, potentially different colors if it's a fin as you move past it. So there'll be some variation that it appears different depending on what angle you see it.
Gotcha. Okay. I just was making sure I understood it, that the structure will stay the same in the same line, but what we're applying to it will be part of the next conversation.
Correct.
Okay. The lighting on the upper parking deck / courts, is that always on? Is that on for when is there night games? Like, what is that like?
I'd suspect there would be 2 levels of parking, lighting. For instance, one level that's suitable for playing pickleball, and then one level that is suitable just for standard parking.
Okay. Won't be blasting all the time.
So no, when it's not being used for the purpose of pickleball, then those lights would be turned off. But we're still going to be adhering to all of the light trespassing ideals that are built into the LEED standards to make sure that we're not trespassing past that and covering anything that's on our site.
Akil, do you have other? Oh, sorry. Are you done?
No, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
It's a nice design.
I just had one comment, I guess. I noticed several budget constraints and then just several other design elements, but overall going from 86 trees to 23 trees, has there been any thought about doing any type of green roof feature or any type of, I know there's a cost restraint, but any type of greenery added to that different levels so you can see, unless like looking down from the sky view, that there's more green that since it's being removed from the parking lot?
It certainly is the balance between the, say on the pool deck. One thing that you can't really see on the pool deck is we are adding some greenery, say in between the pools. Yeah, some slivers of green in there as well, but there's a lot of requirements for those meets to have clear deck space around that, so they need 16 feet around that. So that limits us there, and then the parking is such a need on the upper level that limits us there. But if you remember previous iterations, this whole building, we've been able to not lose any of the program in the original bond requirements, and fit this in a smaller configuration to allow all of that green space to even keep those trees on Collins. All of that green space has not been in any previous plan. So that's an aspect that I think is real enhancement.
I apologize, I'm new to the committee, so I was not aware.
Oh, no, I don't expect you to know the last 15 years of history.
Right, but I just see that looking at the building, there's a lot of, hard surfaces and being continued, so I was just wondering if any type of green roof or type of, green surfaces can be added, so.
I think we can continue to look at planners and explore any additional on those upper levels as possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. I have to tell you, I've been loosely following this project for a long time, and because of what it sort of ballooned into and became,
I didn't really want to like it, but this is I like it. It's a really great design, and I'm very excited. And I feel like we in the community have been presented by ways to use city property that have a lot of flash and not a lot of public good. And this definitely has, a profound amount of public good. It seems like, a fantastic amenity. I still have deep reservations about how, we're spending our taxpayer dollars. But, in terms of what our purview is right now, reviewing this, I did want to, I looked at from all angles and was really sort of thinking it through. There is a lot to digest. But overall, I think you did a great job. And as I mentioned before, I think one of the things that I liked the most about the design was that there was so much movement and depth, and you included so much in this building. And I like what you were saying about how the spaces interrelate, and it really seems to have been developed with serving the community in mind. A few questions to that point. So to piggyback on to what Akil was mentioning, I understand, and I'm glad that you clarified with the FPNL lines along Harding. That also is, and this was a comment I made, before when I was reviewing this, that as an exercise path, that's going to get hit with the western sun. And if there was one side to have trees on, that would be it. I don't know if I wanted to encourage some sort of low but shade, because no one's going to want to be running or walking or exercising or using that path past noon, which is a waste.
Yeah, he'll come and speak, but there is limitations due to the FPNL requirements to have trees underneath the transmission lines.
There cannot be?
They have limitations. We
Right.
could be able to, but we're not able to plant huge trees or anything like that. Maybe it's lower shrubbery. So there is limitations due to the FPNL requirements.
If you could, that's what I would really, because I want people to use, this
You're
is
thinking understory trees that have some type, even
Of
if it.
canopy.
Yeah.
Some
if it
canopy.
has-
Woods in
stays.
Sunset Harbor that are under power lines, that are
Yeah.
super
even
wide,
large
like
crepe
your
myrtles
umbrellas,
or-
basically.
There's limitations to that. I'll let.
Yeah, you don't need a
Janelle take care
band
of-
but
but there are limitations to
I will tell you that FPL, hence the V shape that they do on the trees on Alton Swale, is because it has to be so many feet from the power line. And I don't, I like the tree you mentioned, or what that was mentioned, but that's the problem that they're dealing with.
What have
If
you
I could, I think an important distinction needs to be made between typical overhead power lines and the transmission lines. The limitations that FPL has put on us are quite onerous. They do not allow any vegetation that can grow, that can exceed 12 feet in height. So that literally eliminates even small trees. That's why you find that what we're proposing are actually really small vegetation in terms of height, because precisely of those restrictions that FPL is giving us. And they're saying that anywhere within 75 feet of the transmission lines, that height limitation on vegetation is being imposed. So it's really, really onerous. We agree with you. We thought that facade particularly would be great to have, not only to meet the street tree requirements of the city, but to also have good quality of life convenience factors to have the shade there. But because of the limitations, then that's why we're not providing.
There's not trees along there now? The sea grapes aren't on that side too?
The sea grapes are on Collins. The trees that you have there are overgrown from the parking lot itself.
Right, and there were trees there when FPNL did do the transmission lines, and they relocated them.
Right. So then, I guess then the other alternative or something to think about how to conceptualize it is maybe that is not the space for this walkway, or like maybe that's not the best use of it. Is there a different way? Is that the best way to activate that space? Or is there some sort of canopy or, whatever? I would just hate, this is the entire western property line. I would hate for that to not, no one want to, how hot it gets.
No, I think it's a great comment, but even within the 12 feet, we're not done looking at that. We want it to be a linear park. Even when you look at, we've all probably walked the High Line, right? Most most of that is lower, foliage. So from the west, when the sun is low, 12 feet can still provide a lot of shade. So I think we can have breaks in that and some foliage that is dense, low, that still provides amount of shade. So I think that's something that we can continue to bring back when we look at that facade in general. But that, I definitely hear you, and I think that can be certainly a goal.
I would say, I mean, something, I'm going to make a bunch of suggestions, something certainly to explore and to think about what it's like to walk on that path at 4:30, July 15th. Because that's what, so anyway,
Not
okay.
functional.
So
Did you, on her issue, did you consider maybe not placing the pool on the rooftop and placing it in the green area that you have on the east side?
One of the ways on how this is staggered, on say a lower roof, essentially a one-story roof, versus putting on the fifth floor, had a tremendous amount of cost savings. That allowed us to make the parking truly efficient. Beyond that, and bring the pool down, and then make all of the mechanics of the pool, the pump, and all accessible. But I think that connection between the park and the pool is really important, and being able to use that. And I think the thinking was with the park is that is more that public amenity that can be activated with a lot of other community activities. So we're hopeful of that at that level. Whereas the pool has to be completely secure. So if it's on the ground level, it has to have a secure fence. You have to be ticketed to, checked in to come into that. So then it really isn't, completely public at that point. So multiple concerns in there. It is a balance.
Right. And it was also one of the programmings that originally, from the concept of this project, it was always to envision the pools to be at a roof level.
It was a requirement of the GeoCon.
That was without knowing that FPL lines were going to be in the middle and that you cannot use the pool during a certain number of months after 12 o'clock noon. So it, and it increases the cost by having the pool on the rooftop, as you mentioned, and all of the related equipment to that pool, besides the fact you're going to need a chiller on it.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Why, and this is more the operational, why retail?
Why the city originally wanted to make sure that it's a mixed-use project with retails, and the city allows the city more function, maybe bring in a restaurant, maybe bring in some different type of retails to draw more people in. So that was the reason why they wanted to go ahead and use it. But it was more towards multiple use and being more flexible.
As opposed to the city running a restaurant or it was just to generate some money.
Correct. It was more to lease out.
What's the square footage of the retail space?
It's a minimum of 5,000, but it's probably a little bit more. It's going to be the first floor.
And it was where the retail was that staff made the comment about there being a solid wall, which is interesting too, because I always think that retail wants more windows and visibility. So I'm curious to know your response to that comment about the solidity.
So the retail is almost completely transparent looking to the park, and then there's essentially a pocket park that happens on the north side of the project. So all the glass opens up to those two sides, and if you look through the whole project, really, the glass is on that kind of front and back, and then the fins are the other direction. So the wall in question is the wall that's running really parallel.
You know what? In the
to 73rd.
presentation, can you bring up page 29? Because it shows, it's the north view.
Let's see. And so this is this 29? This does show like the glasses facing the park, and then the wall in question is that right-hand side. Now on the elevations, you really can't see that that's staggered. So you do have.
No, I think there's maybe another one. This is the northeast view. Is there a north view? Keep going. Next. It's the view if you're standing on, I guess it's 72nd Street. One more. This is still northwest.
Okay.
On my thing, it's 29. Keep going. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Keep going. Southwest. Oh, no, I don't know. I have a presentation here where it's page 29,
Okay.
and it's just north view. Because it shows those, I mean, you can see it a little bit here
Right.
to the left. or my
I believe in the comments with staff that it was that essentially where the retail is
wasn't
popping
this.
out. Right. So. yeah,
Because right now, the design, and it's showing, you know, I guess it's under that second pool, and it really is a large white wall. You know, I don't know what's under that or why there's nothing
I think of
broken there.
those two north-facing walls there.
Yeah.
Those are
Right.
facing
They-
Manola there, right?
Right, they break apart, so as you walk around them, you know, it's essentially, you have voids between walls, essentially. But we can continue to address that. I believe that's what's, you know, requested in the variance, is to continue to look at that.
When I saw it, I thought it was
facade.
part of the rec center sort of like cafe, like it was, because it was focused inward. And
yeah.
now that we're
Those
talking about it,
ways.
it's sort of not like activating the corner as like a prime retail.
Yes,
I see where you have the signage, right? Like, but and I get the staggering, I think, I wouldn't mess with anything, but does the glass want to wrap around the corner just so that it invites like that you have the two, you have the Cuban, you have the Argentinian, and now you have this.
I would even say, because I'm looking at this north view, and it's sort of like a bird's eye view looking down, I guess it was a design decision. Why not activate? Because right now, how you have it, to your point, is the window is facing east, and then you have another one facing west to this pocket park. But then along, I guess that's 73rd, which is a street where people are walking, and it's that there's nothing. I would think that would be prime real estate facing. It's very, very visible. A storefront would go there. Do you know what I'm talking? Do you know where I'm?
Absolutely. In a normal retail situation, you're reinforcing the street edge. In this one, the thought is we have much larger overhangs on the parks side, so that some of the thought of this was maybe there's somewhat of concession support, food support for some of the events happening. So you might be sitting on the porch of this while you can see something happening on the field. So that's where it was really opening up to the park. But we can certainly continue to look
I
at
would do that because, I mean, I'm coming at it, if you're going to rent the space, I don't want there to be a vacancy. And if I'm a business owner, I want there to be as much visibility as possible into my store, restaurant, whatever. And so facing into the pocket park is lovely, but people don't know I'm there. And I know that seems silly because it's just right around the corner, but that's sort of how it is. If you're going to do retail, it needs to look and function like retail to attract. If it's going to be another community public space, that's something else. Like, I think that this functions well as a public space, but I want it, I want us to not have a vacancy.
Okay.
Right, to make it,
Make
it read like a storefront.
I think it's relatively minor change to add to this, and like I said, it is noted that we'll continue to develop that. So we have it on our agenda to do that.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
I also, sorry, I have a lot of little notes everywhere. I'm also glad you're maintaining the sea grape trees. The stairs. So I was recently at the Wasco Center, at UM, and they have the same sort of this long white concrete big 2-story staircase. And I was there last month, maybe in April, and it was hot and the sun was blinding. And that was the first thing that I noticed about your design, that you have not one but two of these white, completely open, wide 2-story staircases. So I didn't know when I was looking at it that this was apparently part of the meet condition. But I just wanted to encourage you to, again, think about the sunshine beating down on us, the reflection. Is there something? There's also something. There's a lot of staircases. I mean, there's a lot of very, very visible staircases throughout the building, and you've incorporated them nicely. And I like the idea to have the staircase how you have it, as almost creating shade and a space underneath it. But that was my, again, concern, the sun beating down.
Do you want to add planters to the staircase? And then
Something, I was just going to encourage you, and again, because there's so many great, really thoughtful details that we're talking about the functionality and the user friendliness, that does not strike me as a very, I mean, it's functional, but that does not strike me as a terribly user-friendly experience, and you have two of them.
Yeah, we'll continue to look at the exact surface material and reflection and glare with that. And yeah, that idea beyond the just required for the egress widths of those, which, yeah, I agree, it becomes a tremendous amount, but is also to provide this topography where the second floor and the park start to blend together. So if I'm moving from one to the other, I can almost just gradually get back up to the pool deck layer, or I can come back down to the park and feel the same.
So you're saying it would be an issue to have planter boxes or some type of canopy tree added to the staircases on that?
Well, we have some social seating built into the bottom of the stairs that starts to be seating that's looking back on that field, so that kind of grounds them into the park. And then we can continue to look at materials and glare the exact details.
It would be kind of cool to see a tree line kind of climbing with the stair line, but that's.
So you activate it down at the base of the stair, but anyone in the public can walk up the stairs any time of day, right?
So the one stair that accesses the community center from the south, that's a daily use. You can come from the park and walk directly into the front lobby door of the community center and aquatics without going on the lower level. So that would be used all the time and is publicly accessible. The other stairs will essentially not be used except for in an egress situation or in a meet where it's organized to make a connection, say, between team tents and the pool deck. So it's really the one stair that's going to get daily use.
So the north stair is more for overflow meets.
Correct. And to meet the egress, we have to have 3 major exits off the pool deck at that width to accommodate the potential load of that.
Is there a gate at the bottom of it, or
a gate at the top?
The top, okay.
The top, because I think the stairs when the sun is on the west side, the building's going to provide some shade for itself in the later part of the day, and those stairs become impromptu seating for the public's park space. So each of those and the seating built into the wall on the edge of that all have these social seating kind of bleacher places to provide that. So we're not providing actual bleachers anywhere, but we're providing all of these seating opportunities built into that. But I think the stairs themselves become an opportunity.
Yeah.
If they're sun beating down, let me ask you a question. I don't know that much about swim meets. How many people are we talking about, and how often? What is this going to look like in the use? Is it 12 months a year? Is it 100,000 people?
Probably, I mean, it was designed to be for the high school meets. How they use it, that will be probably maybe a parks recreation, how they want to use it.
You're saying now that you need 2 large stairs for egress. How many people are you expecting?
The fire department requirements and the actual usage are 2 completely different things. So from the fire, they're saying you could potentially put a couple thousand people up there. The type of meets that we're speaking to don't have that number of people by any means. So it's a lot of that is depending on how they use it. That's not completely defined yet. Just in our previous experience, a lot happens once you open that and people see the facility and make those requests. The other thing that you will have is you'll have a lot of teams and colleges coming and training here during the winter. So you'll have a lot of those type of groups as well.
Yeah. So the high school, I think Beach High, swim team probably go to Flamingo at this time. And the swim meets that they have against other high schools occur sometimes here and sometimes, depending on the schools involved, it occurs throughout all the different schools, not just in one school alone. As far as colleges, most of the colleges have their own swim facilities, and most of them will probably take place there. And sometimes out of state, and depending on what the meet is. As far as the AAU swim team, it has 2 or 3 meets. It used to have 2 or 3 meets a year. And it uses all the lanes, and it's children of different ages from age 5, 6 to high school, grade school to high school. And sometimes it's done here, and sometimes it's done in other parks facilities, in other parts. So it's not something that's occurring every week or every month, my understanding.
And then finally, I noticed in our packet that it included a traffic study. And obviously, this is gonna, add to it. It said there's gonna be 318 net new weekly PM peak hour vehicle trips, and even more concerning, that the intersections are operating at a level of service of a D. So it doesn't get much better. So, I mean, the traffic is obviously, I guess also my big concern with this, I'm wondering what the experience has been meeting with members of the public, what the community, I'm glad that Daniel came and spoke to what other concerns, we are also, representatives of the community and trying what have been, and I know you talked about the sea grape trees, but is anybody saying this is a lot of money that was not approved, this has ballooned into something, we're adding so much more traffic, we're adding, the negatives. What has been the feedback?
From the feedback has been, again, the trees have been one. The other one has been, some have voiced that they don't want an aquatic center. Some have voiced about the traffic, and some have voiced that there's not enough parking. So there's been a mixed concerns or mixed information that we've been getting. But the overall information that we've been getting is very favorable towards the project itself. But there have been some concerns, obviously, with that.
And is there any solution to the additional traffic that's already terrible?
That's something that I think from this project, I think should be discussed with the transportation department and how they analyze that from that point of view and how it affects. But I'm pretty sure that we'll take that into consideration.
I will say just the needs of parking for the complex that we're creating just by the new program is still under the additional parking that's being added. So it's net new parking that's available to the public on the project. And I think that was a great move, adding the additional parking that really emphasized that and responded to that comment.
And you've also done a really great job of the fact that this is a parking lot. I mean, I didn't even think about that until we started. I was like, oh yeah, and it's a parking lot too, which I think I feel like Miami Beach has really nice parking lots in general, or parking garages. Okay, those are all my comments. I don't know if anybody has anything else to follow it up with.
I have a question. How many community meetings did it take you to get here?
We had a few. We had CRA, we've had stakeholder meetings, and I believe we have one more.
Stakeholder meetings, how many?
Meaning
Parks
with the
Board
community
and
meeting.
everybody else,
But
community?
There's a whole process previously with
Yeah.
stakeholder meetings.
I think it was a couple of them that we've had.
Still count yourselves very lucky and fortunate. The youth center, ice skating rink took 98 community meetings.
I realize I did have one more comment, sorry. I love the green space. I think that's a fantastic amenity, and it's going to be really lovely. You have it on our renderings surrounded by a fence. Is that, we're fencing it in? I initially envisioned it as just people coming and going and enjoying.
The fence for the Parks and Rec is going to use that. There are going to be pickup and balls being kicked around in there. The small-sided soccer would be in there. The trees are going to be a huge help to keep that in. As a soccer player myself, they don't just stay low. So that's part of that, is to make sure that we don't have kids running through those trees and into the streets. But the exact fencing, that will be another material that we look at.
I was going to say, would you ever consider, rather than fencing, I don't know, as a mother of a child who was like the runner, I can see why the fence is there. I was gonna say to have lower sort of benches so that it could, you know, keep everything in, but the issue, and I think this is, you know, probably a policy the Parks Department seems to have initiated anyway, that, you know, I perhaps naively like parks to be as welcoming as possible. And isn't it lovely, you know, you're talking about social seating, which I think is a fantastic phrase. And isn't it lovely to just have people to be the park as welcoming as possible, where you can just enter wherever you need to. And I think just, again, a sensitivity to, you know, we want to keep things in, but you also want to make it welcoming. And again, this is a huge space. What can be done just to make it both welcoming but also containing what needs
I
to be
agree
contained?
with what Sarah's saying. However, the liability of keeping that open is extreme. But maybe it can be camouflaged with hedging or something so that it isn't just a straight
Yeah, it's
fence,
yeah.
iron fence.
Let's refine that. Something, you know, interesting. And again, there's so much space, you know, there's a lot of wiggle room. Like, there's so much fence, like there's some wiggle room.
Right.
Something can be done.
Yeah, and I
to
think
serve
the
it
exact
needs.
placement of the fence, like you mentioned, with maybe some room for hedging on both sides of it, that's something we can look at.
Even hedging that covers the fence itself, the fence ends up being inside the hedge.
I mean, that could also be a great opportunity to have an artist get involved to design a really sort of unique, interesting, maybe like the second runner-up for your proposal, or, you know, again, that's going to be a major feature. I mean, I know there's going to be trees there now, but that's going to be, you know, something really visible. I would hate this fantastic new community center to then have this very industrial, boring-looking fence surrounding it and blocking it. So something, again, I know there's a ton of details to work out. I feel like, you know, at this point, we've given you lots to think about. I want to recommend to the board a continuance, because it seems like there's a lot. What, is that something that?
I mean, everything I've heard today has been pretty minor. We already have a condition that the Harding elevation, that screen is going to come back to the board. So that's coming back to the
Well,
board
but that's what I'm
regardless.
saying, if they're going to come back to us anyway.
But that could be in the future. We don't know when they're going to develop that elevation, so that's more open-ended in terms of when they can come back. I think we have a lot of conditions regarding, for example, the retail along 73rd Street. We already have a condition regarding expanding the fenestration in that area. So we do have a lot of conditions already in the draft order, reflective of what the board has asked for. So I feel comfortable, you know, with the board approving it, knowing that the west elevation is going to come back.
But I mean, it seems like I don't know, for me, there were a lot of major details that there were enough major details that needed to be refined a little bit, the taken as a whole. There's a lot of changes that need to be made.
So I think if we're going to continue it, then I want to focus on what elements do you want to see back?
Yeah, I think if they keep the design, the concept, and don't make any major changes to it, other than maybe putting a hedge around the fence or putting glass on the north side of the retail, that they should not be coming back to this board. This process is extensive. It goes through so many community meetings, the Parks Board. Unless a major change is made, that you decide to move the pool to the playground area, that you finally succeed with FDOT and FPL, that you, I don't know, change maybe there's a major change to the wall that is a concern with art. Then it comes back and you leave it up to the
The
planning.
west elevation is coming back anyway.
Yeah.
But that could be months from now, it could be next year.
It could be a year.
So
We don't
how
know
would
when
it
it's coming
hold
back.
them up? I mean, I think that, you know, there's the stairs, there's the fence, there's this western wall, there's the retail,
But
there's
the-
all
the-
the
but they're not-
landscaping. We want to do, what about landscaping the stairs? What about landscaping the pool thing? What about landscaping the top, you know, where the paddle ball is? I don't know, to me, it adds up to be a lot. And what if they decide to make, you know, change?
Well, when they
Let
come
me
back
ask-
for the art, can they include any other changes that have been made or upgrades that have been made?
Yeah, but if we don't ask them to do the changes now, then it's.
I think they've received our input to be able to proceed, some of the things they may not be able to do. They cannot eliminate one of the staircases simply because of fire code issues on egress. Even though maybe one staircase is most likely enough, because few people are gonna take the staircase unless there's a fire. But I think we've given them input for the fence, for the retail, for the shade needed on the pool deck. They can come back when they come back with the art, which may be in 6 months, or it may be in 8 months, maybe in 4 months. I don't know what the time schedule is, but can you bring the rest of those things at that time?
Absolutely, and that will be the ideal path for the city where we can come back for items. Otherwise, let us proceed forward with the development of the drawings into the 60%, and that way it allows the consultants to develop those items that you're specifically requesting. And we can bring it back at those times, like Michael
So
said.
then I don't understand, if you bring stuff back with the changes, can we then weigh in on all of the changes, or we can only then weigh in on this one wall? I mean, how does that work?
I don't know what the level of changes are gonna be, so it's hard for me to comment. Typically, you don't wanna.
I mean, let's say they come back and the fence is the same, or they have a new fence. And
That's a minor element, so.
But could we then comment on it, or will it be like, no, you guys can only comment on the Harding Avenue side?
You can comment on anything, it's a matter of how far developed they've already, have undergone with the plans. So, of course, anything regarding landscaping, site features, the fence, landscaping, those are all minor elements that I'm sure they can, those are not gonna be done till the last. Those are things that can easily be changed. If you want to say that the final landscape plan goes back to the board, including any landscaping elements on the building, as well as any site walls or fences, that can also be continued and come back as part of the west elevation. Those I
And they
think
can
is
time
minor
it with the art.
with the west
art wall.
elevation.
Right, and that allows the city to
Yeah.
go ahead and develop, the structural. There's a lot more work going into now from 30 to 60, 30 to 90. There's a lot more work into it, and it allows the consultants to go ahead and develop, and also the city develop along with the costs of
Yeah, I
the
think
cost
right now
of the
we know that,
contractor.
I've heard no concern regarding the massing. The building is gonna be where it is. The form is where it is. The elevation's been broken up where they are. It's a matter of where do we need to add additional fenestration, design elements. So I think that gives them, the city, the consultant, the reassurance that this is our perimeter, this is our foundation we can design for.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how you work through some of those, the issues that we've raised. Okay.
So I think what I would recommend the board to approve the application. We already have the condition regarding some modifications to the facades. We have the condition right now that the architectural treatment of the west elevation will come back to the board for the final design and details. We can add in that the final landscape plan, including any additional landscaping on the building itself, will come back to the board for the final review and approval.
I make a motion with all of those caveats.
And so I'd
That
like
we
to take,
approve the project.
I'd like to take one motion to approve the design and then a second motion for the variances. So Myra made the motion,
Make a
as I
motion to
mentioned.
approve the design.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So that's approved, 5-0. And I'll
Make
take
a
a motion on the
to approve
variances.
the variances with all of the caveats that you mentioned that we've explained, the landscaping, the retail, the fencing.
Right, so the landscape plan, the fencing, that's gonna come back to the board, as well as the west elevation will come back to the board.
Right. Northwest, yeah.
Yeah,
Can I get a second?
okay.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
All in favor of the variances?
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice work.
I think with that, we can adjourn the meeting.
During the meeting, and when is the next one, in June?
It's June 6th.
And then what's the July meeting date? June 6th?
June 6th and July 10th.
July 10th.
He sent an email.
They,
They have to change it because of something.
yeah, because it seems like there's not a consistent week Sometimes it's the second week in the month, sometimes it's the third week in the month, sometimes it's the,
Well, we just started
yeah.
on Thursday, but the July meeting had a conflict. The Thursday that we typically would be meeting, and so we have to change.
No, that was it.
I think it's October. October, yeah.
We have a lot of holidays in October that we had to work around.
We will email you with.
I don't think it's June sixth.
No, June is
It's the 13th, no.
June 12th. June 12th, yes.
Well, we better sort that, because they say June 6th, and that's Friday.
Yes, and that's what it has here on the agenda, June
Yeah,